I'm the village ratter. I fell asleep.
Yeah.
They attacked.
Where's that one go?
You know where that is.
Kendall, come here. What is this?
They're candles.
You call this candles?
You said to just...
What did I tell you to come back when these were full and thick? I'm so disappointed in you.
I'm sorry.
You give white people enough time alone, this is what will eventually happen. Wow. Some very fair maidens here, John. She just waved at me. Hell yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Well, hey, I'm Cass. You come to pleasure fairs often, or?
Praying your pardon, my lord. What do you intend to make a move on my betrothed? Are you attempting to threaten my betrothed's chastity, my good lord?
Are you guys?
Yeah, we are betrothed, and I shall meet you over there later on for a joust. I will a joust with you if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you by the joust place, I guess. Okay. I f***ed up. Oh, somebody's woman. Oh, what have I done? I don't want to fight, let alone joust. Cut it. Does anyone know how to joust? Okay, I'm here with one of the knights. Hello, sir. What's your name?
I'm Sir Archer of Kingsbridge.
I've recently been challenged to a duel. I had no idea kind of what went into a duel.
You've never been in a duel.
I've barely done manual labor in my life.
Oh, you'll do fine.
The best advice I can give you simply is don't suck.
All right, sire. When it's done sideways...
What about the riding the horse part?
Your main thing is you want to keep a leg on either side, and your mind in the middle,
Yes?
and that's it.
I'm going to be doing that. They got one for you, though. So I should just...
Twist your wrist like you did last night.
That's right.
Keep
And
it
this
firm
morning.
and high in
Yeah.
this morning.
Made in China, there's your problem. Is there a dad in the picture? Or... Yeah, of course. Of course.
Like that.
I feel safe down here. All right, here we go. How did I do that? I would love to become a knight like yourself. Is there anything I can do?
You must win the duel you've been challenged to.
Call it. Look, dude, I don't want to do this. All right, can I just like give you some money? All right, and you can just take a break or something. Here, go, $35. Yeah, good deal. I have a good feeling about this joust, that's for sure. That was easy. Okay, I won a joust.
I've been stabbed.
Where's my fair lady?
She went that way.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Sorry, dude. Women, am I right? Oh boy. The one thing I really wanted when we got here was a turkey leg. There you go. Little baby got some grease in her mouth. There we go. One turkey leg fed our whole crew. You did better with that than you did with the candlestick, that's for sure.
Take a bite.
Very dry, flavorless, supremely greasy.
In the name of God, Saint Michael, and Saint George, we do prefer and create thee, knight. Arise, fellows.
Thank you, my queen. Thank you all. I've been knighted! Huzzah! 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 You know, the more we do this, the more I realize there's no one else I'd rather be here with than you, buddy. No fair maiden would ever get in the way of this friendship.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Was that a thriller out?
So good! Sir Casson G! Rise, you may rise.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to everyone over at the Irwindale Renaissance Pleasure Fair, by the way.
Yeah.
The fair runs through May 22nd, so if you're in LA, go check it out for yourself. If a guy who looks like me is in the stocks, it's probably someone else. I don't know if they'll want me back.
No, of course, I think that's probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
They asked me not to put that part with the turkey leg in there.
Oh, they actually asked you to cut that out?
Yeah, they said, maybe you leave that out, you're kind of negative. I'm just trying to be real. A fantastic experience. If you guys have never been to a Renaissance Fair, I guarantee you it's way more fun than you would ever think you would have.
I'm hearing phantom jangles, though. Did you hear that?
I was like, what? I had a trauma. It was just jangles and bells and horns and all kinds of stuff all weekend. I had such a good time, and we're so happy to be able to go.
Do you think your training is going to give you a leg up in our Renaissance Fair games today?
Absolutely. Look, I can't speak to my javelin throwing.
No, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't. And that was not a bit. That was
real bad.
That was me actually throwing it into the ceiling.
Into the ceiling. Yeah. That net wasn't there for safety. That was for shade. They didn't think anybody would pierce it.
They just didn't think it would be possible. But boy, did I prove them wrong.
That's right. Sarcasm G. Don't go away, because after the break, Fiona Nova gives you all the news you didn't even know you needed. And then we're going to do some Ren Fair-ish games with balloons. And maybe have sex with them. Stay tuned. Welcome back, friends. Now listen, your stomach isn't grumbling for food. It actually craves what? What? Infotainment. Whoa! So let Fiona be your Tums or something. Okay.
I like being Tums, yeah. Thanks, Kevin. I'm Fiona Nova.
You're welcome.
Time to start the feed. Yes, it's Thursday, May 12th, and here are your top stories of the week. So, did you know you can still buy a new iPod in 2022?
No.
Yeah. Well, even crazier news, you can no longer buy a new iPod in 2022. No, yeah. Sorry, Apple fanboys, but on Tuesday it was announced that Apple will no longer make new iPod devices. After 22 years, the iPod is officially dead. Old enough to drink, but not old enough to rent a car. Yeah. When the first iPod dropped in October 2001, who knew it would change how we listen to music forever? And also evolve into the iPhone, then fuse fully into daily human life, technically turning us all into cyborgs? Also, remember LimeWire? Yeah, you were downloading viruses and probably porn? Yeah, the 2000s were so funny. Yeah. Reportedly, Apple sold around 450 million iPods over the last 2 decades. From the OG chunky white cube to the mini, to the shuffle, to the nano. There was nothing like sharing a pair of earbuds with your crush to play them the latest Paramore album. I know. You remember those times? Guys, let's take a moment to look back. Also, I forced our producer to take pictures of me mourning, so fair warning. Yeah.
Take thou care to tune his heart. Tune his heart to mine.
It's here. I know. Soon, if you want to get your hands on an iPod, you'll have to hit up eBay or thrift stores. So throw away your cassette tapes, Silver Lake hipsters. iPods are the new vintage. Yay. Okay, guys, hear me out. This next story may sound like Mad Libs, but unfortunately, it's all true. Dolly Parton is set to star in a TikTok musical based on Doja Cat's song about Taco Bell Mexican pizza. What? Yeah, I know, it sounds wild. So let me explain. Let's use this. Yeah, I'm gonna use this thing. I'm gonna press this button, and I'm gonna hear. It all started back in March when pop star Doja Cat, here, who everyone says I look like, was contractually obligated to create a jingle for Taco Bell. This is Taco Bell. Line. Yeah. About the classic, discontinued food item, the Taco Bell Mexican pizza. Pictured here. Line. There we go. Let's play the clip.
Mexican pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Right, SpongeBob. It was SpongeBob. It was a SpongeBob. We got it. And it sounds like she loves her job. Shockingly, the internet lost its mind over Doja Cat's Taco Bell track. pictured here and here, line, inspiring TikTok star Victor Kunda. Who's here? Line. To parody it as a musical. Let's check that out.
I don't care when the clock hits 2. Clock hits 2. We need that sharp Mexican pizza.
Okay, guys, I'm not done. Channeling some major how do you do, fellow children vibes. The overlords at Taco Bell, here, jumped on the chance for organic marketing, pictured here. Line. Kind of like the Snickers Dick Bane campaign last month. So the incredible president of dicks, right? Okay. On Monday, okay, Taco Bell, pictured here, announced that Mexican pizza enthusiast and generally awesome human Dolly Parton, pictured here. Line. Has agreed to star in a TikTok live musical based on, okay, the true story of the internet losing its mind. This is it, right here. Line. It's like if G4 made an Instagram biopic about Pizza Hut delivery guy Replays, starring Sugar Ray's Mark McGrath. Yeah, which we absolutely would do. So the ball is in your court, Mark. That's it.
Come on, Mark.
And if you still have no concept or idea of what a TikTok musical about Mexican pizza starring Dolly Parton will look like, well, we can all find out together when the monstrosity hits TikTok on May 26th. Yeah, no one out tacos the bell. Okay? Yeah, let's clear that screen. Yeah. Now, if you thought there was enough Resident Evil in your life, whew, that was a breath, yeah. With all the video games and movies and comic books and novels, well, we have some good news for you. The first teaser of Netflix's Resident Evil TV series has just dropped. So let's take a quick look.
Billy, Jade, welcome home.
I'd like to build the world a home.
I really think you guys are going to love it here.
Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to see the world for once, all hand in hand, and hear them echo through the hill world.
Is it just us, or are you all getting some major Walking Dead vibes with this one, right? Not gonna lie, though, we kind of like it. I like it. We kind of like it. Now, it does look like they're leaning into a campier, action-driven zombie apocalypse as opposed to a 12-year meditation on how humans are the real monsters and yada, yada. Anyways, will this pay off for Netflix? They're doing pretty bad, so we hope. We will have to find out when it hits on July 14th. All right, and finally, the Avatar 2 teaser dropped over the weekend, giving us our first look at the oceans of Pandora. And despite only being a minute and a half of footage, it was surprisingly crammed with details. Yeah, luckily for us, we've got the breakdown boys on hand to help us make sense of it all. So let's see what they found out.
We're the Breakdown Boys! And today we're breaking down everything you missed in the trailer for Avatar, The Way of Water.
Yeah, and maybe we'll figure out if anyone actually gives a shit about Avatar.
What? Not have an attitude this time, please. I just want to get through this.
I'm not going to get us demonetized again, I promise.
Thank you.
So let's break it down! The trailer opens up with a group of Na'vi jumping across a vine growth between Pandora's floating rock islands.
Oh, I get it. It's a video game.
No.
It looks like a PS3 Final Fantasy cinematic, right? Like,
Dude.
Where's Bahamut? Where's Sephiroth? Sephiroth!
It's literally the most cutting-edge visuals that you can get in a movie.
It looks like an HD re-release of Sonic Adventure.
It's not. The Na'vi in this shot appear to be the family of the leads from the first film, Jake Sully and Neytiri.
Oh, yeah. The Na'vi actually get pregnant from hair f***ing, right? Little follicular inception. You know what I mean?
It's a little more complex than that.
I know f***ing when I see f***ing. I mean, I saw the first one, all right? I saw it with my mom. It was uncomfortable.
Those hair extensions are actually spiritual nerve endings.
That's what I call my penis.
Later in the trailer, you can see a pregnant Neytiri.
Guess Jake should have worn a hairnet. right?
The trailer's first shots are of Pandora's oceanic landscape, and as per the title, water plays a huge role in this film. Cameron and his team actually developed a brand new system to make motion capture technology work underwater.
Yeah, why not just animate it? It all looks like a cartoon anyway.
You do realize how big the first Avatar was? Okay, people were suicidally depressed purely because Pandora wasn't real. It's called Avatar depression. It's like a real clinical term. Look it up. Most of the trailer has no dialogue, but it appears that despite their defeat in the original film, the military is still active on Pandora.
So throwing spears at mechs didn't pan out for all the sexy blue cat people,
Okay.
Cassim?
Seems like you're a little bit obsessed with the Na'vi being sexy, Will. Ooh.
No, Lita.
We also see a tribal boy that Cameron has confirmed is the adopted human son of Jake and Neytiri. Does that make you a little jealous, Will? Neytiri could have been your stepmom.
No, I don't want a giant blue Smurfette stepmom. She keeps finding crinkled up little tissues everywhere, you know what I mean?
Very specific.
It's just...
Right. The trailer also introduces a water creature who it seems a Na'vi bond with similarly to the flying creatures from the first film.
Yeah, I wonder if they get the dolphin dinosaurs pregnant as well with their hair braids, you know what I mean? Let me jam my ponytail in this blowhole.
Yeah, okay, you get a lot of questions about Na'vi sex, it seems. Is there anything you want to
I'm
tell
just trying
me?
to make this fun.
Oel Nagati, Will. Am I turning you on, buddy?
I don't speak Na'vi.
Oh, so you know it's Na'vi.
I'm just saying James Cameron knew the film was a little thin and he had to sex it up.
Will's horny for the blue people.
Stop.
Yeah. The trailer also reveals human avatar soldiers possibly using the Neuralink technology from the first film. Does that do it for you, Will?
Whatever.
This one has the same tattoo as Stephen Lang's character from the first film, so possibly Colonel Miles Quaritch is back as a Na'vi.
Oh, great news for all those die-hard Miles Quaritch fans.
Look how smooth his body is.
No, come
Big,
on.
blue, slender, swimmer's body.
Who doesn't like a good long body? They're shaped like Victoria's Secret models.
The Na'vi
Yeah, they got
bodies
freaky
too.
long legs. Wrap around you 2 times.
Sounds like you've thought about that.
I mean...
Let's try something.
Okay.
You want to see something?
Sure. What's that?
The avatar filter.
Okay.
Yeah, I got us both looking like little avatars.
Whatever.
I see you.
What are you doing?
I see you, Will.
What are you doing? No. Stop. What are you doing? I'm not gonna...
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna do that.
Connect.
Oh.
I am yours now. And you are mine. Huh? So I guess I should have worn a hairnet.
Yeah.
We're back, baby.
Breakdown boys.
Breakdown boys.
Whoa, wait, that was CG? Thanks, Breakdown Boys. Lucky for us, that was a short version of that video, yeah. The full version will drop on Attack of the Show's YouTube channel this Friday. Did you know I have a short film and a Kickstarter? Anyways, whatever. I'm Fiona Nova, and you've just been fed. Stick around because we're going medieval, but with balloons. Who is the realm's greatest balloon knight? We're finally gonna find out. Stay tuned.
Did that get caught? Both of them? Welcome back, everybody. Chivalry may be dead, but our balloons are full.
What?
I just read it.
Okay.
Time for balloon night.
Yay! Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes, hear ye, hear ye. Huzzah! The balloon night tournament is not just a thing we made up. No, it's an actual event rich in history and tradition. You don't believe me? You don't?
I don't.
Oh, you don't freaking believe me?
What do you have, like video evidence of that or something, Kevin?
Let's take a look.
Since the dawn of man, balloons have served as a symbol of joy, as well as a weapon of unbridled erotic temptation. In 13th century England, their voluptuous shape, mimicking the ideal human form, was used by witches to lure men and unwed spinsters with roommates to their doom. For nearly a century, all human copulation ceased, bringing about the Dark Ages. Sir Gildan Bollocks, the first balloon knight, demonstrated that the noblest of men could rise above a balloon's paralyzing seduction, and gave birth to the sport of balloon jousting. We honor this centuries-old tradition each year by crowning a new worthy knight who will stand as a symbol of chastity, bravery, and not getting a sexual thrill from balloon stuff. I mean, a little is fine, just don't go crazy.
Okay. The Balloon Knight is our first and only defense against the unrelenting, seductive nature of balloons. Which I'm just reading it. I don't believe this necessarily. It means the stakes of this tournament couldn't be higher, and each of our hosts will compete in the balloon joust, where they must ride their faithful steeds down the corridor, which is out that way, attempting to lance as many balloons as possible. And once they reach the end of the track, they must then hurl their lance at the target and try not to hit the roof, Cassim.
Okay.
Where they must pierce the heart of the most voluptuous balloon in the center. This is getting very sensual. They will earn 1 point for every balloon they pop and 5 points if they hit the bullseye.
Oh.
And the host, with the most points at the end of the joust, will move on to the battle. And they will take on the reigning balloon knight, Sir Nigel the Chaste. That's Sir Nigel Ram's...
I'm honored. Your most generous introduction, Lord Kevin of the show.
Thank you. The chaste, though. I didn't know that was part of the title. Doth that mean you have never bedded a maiden?
Maidens. Hundreds.
Oh.
Men. Thousands.
Oh.
But balloons. Never!
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was never gonna I was not gonna ask about the balloons thing. I feel like that's...
Decided to say that.
You're projecting.
Okay, let me correct it.
Yeah.
There was this one balloon who I met in college, but we were just friends.
Okay, I'm not gonna...
Yeah,
I don't
our
have
lives were just going in different directions.
Sure.
We wanted different things, so it just, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. I have no more follow-ups about that. Anybody else want to know about...
I just want to know if we're about to have sex with balloons.
No, I don't...
Oh.
No! That is the one thing you must not do.
I bought my own balloons. Can I just...
She has her own. She came with them. Her bobbies are technically...
Maybe just one or two, but not a lot. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
No balloon sex, guys. Are we good? Okay, great. Cassim, you have the most experience as a knight. Would you like to go first and show everybody how it's done?
I would, Kevin.
Okay.
Wow.
Any weird stuff with balloons in you, or?
I mean, I lost my virginity to a balloon.
Well, sure. I mean, who hasn't? No.
You just take two of them together. What you want to do is take some butter, put it in the microwave.
Sure.
10 seconds, pull it out, spread it on the balloons. You want to tie these two balloons to, like, the corner of a couch. And then you want to...
You're making it harder for me to leave the frame.
Kevin, we need... Okay, is that too much? It's too much. Okay, that's okay.
Cassim, do the joust thing.
Should I have gone that whole time instead of just...
No, this is, if we really needed to know your prison hack.
Do you think his pubes...
I am not here next week.
Do you think his pubes then stick up?
Oh, because of the friction. Yeah, that's...
It makes you think.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm still processing that image of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ with balloons.
That's how he's risen. With a bunch of balloons. It's like the movie.
Why did it go here? It didn't have to. It didn't have to, but yet it did.
Yeah.
Cassim, one more thing. This also applies to all of you. And it may not feel like it needs to be said, but if anyone makes any carnal relations towards a balloon, they will be disqualified.
What about with consent?
No, it doesn't. It's not about. It's just about that we don't need to do that.
What if the balloon's seducing me?
Okay, if the balloon is asking for it, we can have that discussion. We can sidebar it. Cassim, are you ready?
I am ready, Kevin.
Great. You could have interrupted that at any point.
Oh, I didn't want to, Kevin. You were doing great.
Is that your Roblox horse?
Oh, what's wrong with my horse?
No, nothing's wrong with it. It looks like a very noble steed.
Easy. He's just a mean host. He'll be gone soon.
I'll be gone
All right,
next
ready
week.
whenever you're ready.
Okay, buddy. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, really.
Okay, then I'm ready.
Go.
Okay.
3, 2,
Okay,
1.
we got yield house music jamming.
Oh, this is faster than I thought.
Okay. Oh, he's cleaning up. Good.
And now they're going to make it harder for us.
I mean, this is really easy. He's going to miss this. Yeah, of course. Of course he's going to miss that.
That's not my strength, Kevin. That's just not my strength.
He didn't even hit the wall. He curved it like it was a trick arrow, but missed everything.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta get to the scores. I'm thinking no bonus points on that one.
Interesting.
Okay, 20 balloons. Pop for Cassim. A little trouble on the next one. Gina, do you want to get ready as they reset the course? Cassim, come here, buddy. Come on. Tell me about your experience there. You immediately started off with, hey, this is faster than I expected.
Yes, I didn't think that we would be going at full speed.
Sure. You thought half trot.
I thought it was going to be one of those when the horses do one of these, you know? Just a kind of a fun prance.
Mm-hmm.
We were going faster than that.
Okay.
And
your technique.
Yeah.
Looks like you gave a little extra sauce to each balloon instead of letting it.
I wanted to make sure that they popped.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I was afraid that if I didn't give it that little extra, it would just kind of bounce off.
Right. Little glance.
A glance. Yeah. And
I gotta say, there's not a lot of me that's invested in this. I'm just trying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were giving it your all.
Nope.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, anyways, there I was, just giving it to him, each balloon.
Great, and I'm hearing Gina's ready. Thank you,
And
Cassim.
then we stopped.
Gina, darling, are you ready for your ride?
Yes, Kevin, it is I, Sir Concision. And I will be beating Cassim the Maidenless. Let's go, baby.
The Maidenless?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Great. Start it up.
Yeah.
Ready.
When the beat drops, go for it.
Go.
Oh.
It's almost like the extra motion is necessary. Oh, we got. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Gina, darling, falling behind, but she could redeem it here at the final toss as she works her way down the hull, thwarting every foe along the way in the big throw.
Oh, my steed.
Oh, no. Oh.
Harder than it looked.
Harder than it looks. All right.
Throwing it much harder than you think.
And we'll clap to be polite. We will clap to be polite. Amazing. All right, we're going to check the scores. We're going to recap how Gina did. I don't believe she beat Cassim.
No,
Had several missed balloons along the way and a really botched toss at the end there. You hate to see it. 13 points for Miss Gina, darling. Fiona, why don't you head out there, get on the steed. When Gina comes back in, we'll have a little quick post-run chat. Gina D.
I got the bad horse.
What? Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, he has like glaucoma.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah, she got the glue
We gotta put
horse.
that thing down.
Okay, and I think we will. We'll take it behind the barn. What happened? It looked like you had a very strong start, and then things fell apart for you.
There was a little bit of wind. So
Okay.
like one of the balloons landed real low,
Oh.
and I tried to go for it, and then I got stuck in the door. And,
You were very confident on the walk out. Seems
Yeah.
like you thought you were going to take this. When it got to the throw at the end, what were you thinking?
all I wanted to do was to throw better than Cassim, and I did. At least I landed in the general vicinity.
Yeah, you were in the vicinity of on target.
Yeah.
And Cassim was squarely not.
Cassim the Maidenless.
Cassim the Maidenless.
Yes, Cassim.
Was not anywhere close. Cassim, any?
Too soon, I would say.
I can hear him a little bit.
And that's probably what they would say if you
First
got
bit
with
of a
them.
breakup, that really hurts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you believe someone committed for any amount of time?
What an idiot.
Thank you, Gina, darling. Okay. Fiona Nova, I'm getting word, is on her steed, and she's ready to go. Fiona?
I'm here. I hear you're a little crackly, so if I don't answer, it's because I can't hear you, and I am not ignoring you.
Fiona, are you okay to go?
Oh, yeah, I'm so okay.
She's okay to go.
Yeah.
Make contact. Send her.
Let's go. Go! No! Damn
Oh, no.
Damn it!
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fiona's going with the two-hander.
Following her.
What is happening to our precious fee? She's taken two hostage. Does she know you can't take the points home?
This is far. Hey.
Oh, this is far. She's getting. Oh God. Does that count? She knocked the middle one down.
It can't count, Kevin. Not in this reality.
She could curb stomp it and finish it for points.
Yeah.
Fiona, go for it. Yep. Oh, no, she can't. Oh, no. Oh, no. Go ahead, Will. Yeah.
Oh, and she screwed up the javelin in the process. Here we go.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a lot bigger than it was before.
Careful.
A woman's touch.
I guess it likes her.
Oh, boy.
All right. Are we giving her the bonus points on that?
No.
Okay, 18 points for Miss Fiona Nova. Come on in, Fee.
If I were you, I'd be upset.
Let's hear it. Hey, right here. Please talk to us. Fee.
This is what I've learned here.
What'd you learn?
You have to be either first or last on these things. Because
yes.
Okay.
the little pokey thing was messed up.
Oh, you're blaming little pokey thing?
We should have made sure to check the pokey thing at the end because it was put back in. That's why we missed a couple. Yeah. It wasn't as
poor craftsman blames his tool.
That's right.
I threw it, I hit it down. I know.
Yeah. Now let's talk about the foot stomps because I think those are going to make the replay at the end of the show.
Let's please replay it because I swear I
stomped.
Balloon
popped up.
It went up.
You stomp. Balloon pop up.
Went up. For what? That doesn't even make any sense.
Tide comes in, ties go out. You can't explain that.
That doesn't even make any sense. Anyways, I hope Will checks the tip.
Thanks, Fee. Will, can we get a tip check out there? How's the tip looking?
Billy Nosh!
Okay. I guess that's good enough.
I am Groot of this show.
He's going with the bull shark approach, which I appreciate. Let's see if he can sink this one in the corner back in.
Here we go.
William, whenever you're ready. Let's go.
Should have had.
Onward, cervix.
Should have had.
Okay, that's one. Oh, lost the grip. He's back, though. Billy, Nosh. Was that a miss? Okay, we got one miss. That means it's going to come down. It's going to come down to the bonus right now. Cassim's got to be feeling good about his performance.
No, I gave him a tip at the end. I really hope he pulls it out because I'm a team player, Kevin.
Oh, let's see. He's...
Yeah!
Billy friggin' Nosh! Billy!
I'm a Billy Nosh fan. I'm a Billy Nosh
Billy
fan.
friggin' Nosh!
Billy Nosh! That's right.
Okay. Yep. Okay. You went into the final toss down one balloon.
That's right.
Walk me through it. What was going through that little noggin of yours, Billy Nosh?
I came here for two reasons. To joust and to not have sex with balloons. And I came out big today.
Day's not over.
That's the point.
Oh, okay.
Right. To not have sex with them.
And you did, and you accomplished that. As far as I know, you have not penetrated a balloon, but you did on the bonus throw. Now, Cassim said he gave you a tip for that final throw. Did he give you some guidance?
He said, give it shit. Throw it as hard as you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I feel like we both won on that last throw.
We did.
So,
well,
totally okay with
let's
this.
replay the final toss, because what I saw was Will throw, nail it, and secure the win. And we saw on the scoreboard that your number was higher than Cassim, so I feel like you won.
It was almost like we both won because we both took part in that last throw.
Everybody threw the last throw.
Giving him the advice, him taking the advice and using it.
Do you feel similarly? Because it was your throw, your win.
Good win for the both of us today.
Billy Nosh
That's
won
right.
it.
Billy Nosh won it. There you go. That means
Lord Nosh, well played.
That means Sir William Nosh, Billy Nosh, will face off against Sir Nigel. And are we doing that right now, or are we doing a commercial break
we're
first?
doing it.
Okay, right now. Why not? Here are the rules.
This is way too
You will have 2 full minutes to pop all the balloons. Okay, careful.
I can't see anything.
That's the way it's designed. Here's your sword set.
What happened to
There you
our
go.
commercial break? Did all the advertisers pull out?
That's right. We got none left. Okay, now careful.
Kevin, I can't.
Gina looks confused. Explain what pulling out is to her, please.
Okay.
Now, there are a bunch Bunch of needles on the end of that, so be careful. You have 2 minutes to pop the balloons on Sir Nigel using your sword. If you manage to pop all of the balloons in time, you will have proven yourself worthy to become the next Balloon Knight!
Balloon fact.
Okay, I'm gonna get. Let me.
Careful.
Okay.
Careful.
Yep. I'm out. I'm out.
We are right behind you.
Wait, I shall show you.
Tactical roll. Tactical roll.
Be careful, Kevin. It's Hermione.
Run serpentine.
Jesus Christ.
2 minutes.
You look so ridiculous.
Are you ready for battle, Lord Nosh?
I can't see it all. Yeah, baby.
Robert Eggers is rolling in his
Let us begin.
pre-dug grave.
Okay, it's
dangerous.
Okay.
Oh, good block.
Great parry, sir.
Oh.
Repost. Repost.
Oh!
Show him the French.
Oh! He just barrel rolled right into
Body
that.
at the blade.
He just rolled into a circumcision. Fiona, help!
Excellent play, Lord Nosh.
Give him a little plie, Will.
Plie?
Yep.
It turned out. Someone should be pinning a tail on a donkey. Oh no! Oh no! Go!
Do the Brad Pitt and Troy.
Throw the sword! Go for the pee whistle! Warp whistle!
55 seconds.
Wow.
Lord Nosh.
Billy friggin' Nosh.
Take it easy, sir. Lord Nosh, I dub thee.
No, Cass.
Sir Lord Nosh.
Oh!
Balloon Knight, protector of, you know,
The realm.
the stuff we've been talking about. Your crown, sir.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, that's not anachronistic at all.
Wow. I'm the balloon pope.
Wow.
A little Peyronie's disease there.
They even got the left bend right.
Let's celebrate with our boy.
Thank you.
Do we get to have sex with the balloons?
Yes, we all get to have sex with the balloons.
Thank you. This is
Yeah.
fantastic.
Tassim, how does it feel to be such a winner today?
I am so happy to be here standing on the podium with my teammate, Billy Nosh.
We were competing.
We were competing against those two. Together we were. Absolutely.
Whatever.
Billy Nosh.
Billy Nosh! All right, after the break, we're going to cool down. We're going to answer your questions, and we'll have sex balloons. We'll see you. We'll be back.
You guys, I could not see. It was just darkness.
Really? This is a very unfortunate turn of events. My mother used to tell me, stop making that face. You know, the filter will make it stuck. Gina's stuck on permanent cry filter. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well,
no, it looks good.
Yeah.
no.
Keep smiling, Gina. Oh my God. It looks so bad.
So good.
That's gonna be.
That was really, yeah, that's.
An emote so fast.
Yeah, I can feel the Photoshops happening. It has been a long show that really went by like that.
Yeah.
Did it not?
Yeah.
I mean, felt like the quickest 6 hours I've ever been a part of. Let's watch someone else get hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do that, buddy. You're going to miss this kid.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Now, you've been watching a lot of SmackDown. Is that par for the course?
Yeah, I guess. Like, what was the goal there? Was there anything?
That was it.
They wanted to make it to the cool down of Attack of the Show.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
It's
They
a
did it.
Florida trampoline. That's fun.
Was that Florida? Looked like
Come on.
Florida.
Gotta be.
Come on.
Of course, not even a question about it.
Like Fresno, the Florida of California.
Not even a question about it.
I don't know if you should be doing that as the official loser of today. You shouldn't be wearing the crown because it should only go to the winning team, Billy, Nosh, and
You
I.
keep saying team, and I'm confused why you just assume that
We put our heads together and we
you
got
just
the highest
assume you can
combined
support
score.
someone else and then just be in their team.
Yes.
Weird.
That's what I mean. He said he was my teammate. Why would he?
That's
So
right.
you're just-
That's exactly
Why would he
what a
lie?
teammate would say.
Because if he doesn't, no.
Oh, what, Fiona? No, the cooldown was just about to get spicy.
Yeah.
What was that, Fee?
Yeah, be
Because
careful
as
with
a
what you
Libra-
say.
Oh, yeah,
If he
okay.
doesn't
This is
get
something
the
I'm sure you
attention he
have no
deserves.
experience with, Gina. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Billy Nosh.
Here we are. Cool down.
So we have an incredible community that sent in a bunch of questions and comments, and I think also some Photoshops, which those are my favorite.
Uh-oh.
So we should get to them. These were from the team.
Cream.team.
Now that now hold on. That
Let's explain.
what you need that's messed up, Prada.
Okay.
Now hold on.
Explain it.
It's biblically correct.
It is not now. There's some lens trickery going on here. If you put your phone in panoramic mode and start close to the subject and then get away and then a little closer as you're panning, you can get some really silly results.
And if you have an hour before the show starts,
maybe you take a whole bunch. Maybe you kill your entire phone battery
You
doing
actually,
that.
yeah.
What does that have to do with that photo?
Well, because as you can see, that's not really how big his ass is.
I don't.
No, that's just Kevin.
I said biblically correct.
I got a donkey dumpy.
Yeah, he got a big old butt.
I got a big old dumpy. That's a union. Okay.
Psycho.
Wait, yeah.
This is so psycho, man.
All right, something I want to talk about. They did not show us Cheese Ref's outfit
Yeah, until it
before
was
the
game
show. And I didn't see it till I caught it out of the corner of my eye when I was at the podium. And I was hanging on to dear life, trying not to crack up. Because that thing was painted on.
The best were the post-appearance stretches that were happening off to the side, which we got to see
I was
quite a bit.
I was dying.
Shout-outs to Case for committing to that one.
So funny.
Oh, why does Case or
Queso, as he might be known. You're going to miss that.
Kevin, I will kill
You're
you.
going to miss that.
Fart baby must
Look at that smile.
Okay, now
to the black hole.
Yeah, for those who don't vibe check, Fart Baby was a creation from an AI as Cassim was apologizing for something, and Fart Baby had to leave America.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to tell the only immigrant on the show to leave America. Yeah, that's really nice.
What is Billy
You
Nosh
teamed up with him? Nosh would never do that.
Billy Nosh does not endorse that
Why
message.
did he throw your name under like that?
Yeah,
What a
that's
great
weird.
team.
I thought we were teammates.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Thank you. There, you hear that?
Oh, now you have to save your own ass. Okay.
Was that it? Okay, let's
there's
watch more. Why not? Again, that was a weird panoramic filter thing with starting on the head and then moving down. That's fine.
That was Kevin laying on my couch in my dressing room.
Okay, now
Okay, yes.
you want to explain that one, Gina?
I want to grab his wiener.
Oh.
I will force pull his wiener into my hand.
And then force choke it.
No, have him force choke me. Yeah.
Billy Nosh!
Force is in metachlorians, not force is in non-consensual sexual.
Yes, yeah, there was a that was a Star Wars joke.
Not
Star Wars.
Not force.
Yeah.
Got weird.
Hey, that's also a vibe check reference. Might be very confusing. No baby cats
I
in
don't know
there.
how to explain this without. There was the boats we purchased.
The
boats.
fellow yachts folk out
Please
there, the
watch
yachtsmen
vibe
know.
check. Yeah, please
just
watch the vibe check.
Don't watch the vibe check. It's not worth watching. Is that it?
See, up there, that's the last
And here's one from the
Give the people what they want.
Get the souvenir photo.
diverse group on that roller coaster.
It was such a fun time at Shutterstock.
Really.
Oh, we have one more?
Yeah, Todd.
I'm hearing one. How many more? Two more. Oh, look at that.
Is that Gina Robics?
Yeah, I
That's a
don't hate
good
it.
one.
I like that a lot.
Well, you can never run for office.
That's a good one.
If you put
What?
Venom and Gina,
I don't understand
if you
that.
put Venom and Gina together, it's Vagina.
Oh, okay. Points.
Gina.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least.
Phenom?
Okay, now look at that.
Fucking peasant.
Okay, so what are we on ponies? Is that the joke? We're on ponies? Wait, I don't get it. Was it a roast?
You were jousting.
Oh, I thought we were roasting. I thought that was a roast.
15 minutes ago.
I thought this was a roast. I saw both me and Gina. I was like, oh, they're roasting us.
You look like you're on your way to take the almanac from Biff.
That is so insane. That's an insane remark because I don't understand any of it. Literally every single word you said. Okay.
Fee,
really not.
I didn't lose for you. I mean, you're so mad today.
I'm mad because I'm lashing out.
I know. You're in a cloud.
I'm on a cloud.
She's in a cloud
Kevin's
right now.
leaving for a
Kasim's
couple weeks.
resetting.
I'm resetting.
Let him reset.
Sometimes you need a good forest fire to reset the
I can help you.
forest,
Wait,
as they say.
Who says that?
They reset the forest fire, reset the forest. I think Plato said that.
Oh, okay. In the factory?
Yeah, in the.
Ashley's WWE fan podcast says, "What is your favorite ice cream flavor?" Mine is vanilla. That is spicy, Ashley. Wow.
I love
it.
Would have never guessed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Blew my mind.
Anybody got a favorite ice cream flavor they want to discuss?
chocolate chip.
There we go.
You know what I love? Near my house, there's an ice cream place called Ginger's, and they have a milk cereal flavor.
They didn't have it last time.
They didn't. I took her there for ice cream. She
You were
spent
really
the
upset.
night.
You were really upset. You were like, oh, there's no milk.
Yeah, I left her at the ice cream place.
I know, and I was like, Cass? What? He's good. No.
No.
We're not good.
Or did you hear the forest fire comment?
Yeah.
Migs Dello says, "Is there a new Attack of the Drip?" That's on hiatus, I was told today.
It was, yeah. They came to me. It's on hiatus because
We've sunset that one as well.
Well, I don't think it's sunset. It's
Oh,
just
no, the sun rises again, I'm sure, later. But right now,
I don't think it's sunset. It just, we just couldn't do it today because the set was in use.
Yeah. It looked sleepy, so we just held a little pillow to
We
it.
had a
shushed it.
Like babysitting.
Yep.
Okay.
Jeff Bordenaro says, "Will, where did you buy that shirt? Your shirt taste is always tasty."
Oh, sure. This one's heavy black, which I got written permission to wear on this show. Yeah, he's awesome. He's based out of Austin, Texas. He does great work. Go check him out.
Was that John Effin Nah with Kasim at the Ren Fair? Says
Right. Where's my boy? Where's my baby boy? Come here, Johnny. Let's show him that we still got it. John effing nah, ladies and gentlemen. Now, hurry up now. Come on.
Is he taking his time?
So long.
He was pointing to imaginary bases.
This is my boy here. We've been through, I don't know, almost 15 years of internet videos together, and we're still at it, reunited at G4TV, sucking this company dry, taking them for all they're worth.
So, John, you started working with Kasim when he was, what, 39? I was just curious how you changed over the years, and you guys still seem so young and spry. Well,
you are going to get it when this show's over.
Give it to me next week.
Well, he's not going to be here.
Oh, yeah? Well, do you want me to just come over and buy you dinner and get you drunk and give it to you, Kevin? Is that what you want?
I don't know if those steps are integral, but...
Yeah, what do you want, your wife to stand there and watch us while I clear off the island in the center of your kitchen and knock the olive oil off, and I'll use whatever spills to lube up our bodies and give it to you, Kevin? Is that what you want?
That doesn't sound...
Crack some pepper on your crevasse, Kevin!
Like a...
Pop the paprika! Sprinkle it all over your corn!
Yeah.
You tell me how you want it, buddy. Jeez.
Oh, that sounds...
Chris.
So next Thursday then? Like 9 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay.
9's good for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, my vagina just sealed shut.
Oh, no!
Aw, Fee didn't get to grab her belongings. Don't forget to follow us on... Don't forget to follow us on all the socials. Buy our merch or our friggin' decanter set.
I killed Gina.
Join us on Discord, all the things. See you on the Reddit. Of course, thanks everybody for the show. Appreciate that.
And one more round of applause for the
Billy Nash.
fucking business, Kevin Barrett.
They were already on the clips. They were on the clips. Billy Nash. I'm gone forever. See you. Bye. Do the clips. Do the highlights. Do the highlights. There.
Diablo Immortal may not have the best graphics or require the most cutting-edge technology, but you can play it from literally anywhere, even from the toilet. Not that I would know, of course. I certainly haven't completed games from the shitter. They 100% don't call me the completionist because I complete games while completing a bowel movement. Certainly not. What were we talking about again? When Diablo first debuted in 1996, it felt revolutionary. There weren't many other games like it at the time, and it has maintained its popularity ever since. So, when Blizzard announced Diablo Immortal, a mobile version of the franchise we know and love, gamers were understandably hyped. Kind of. Diablo Immortal takes place between the stories from Diablo 2 Lords of Destruction and Diablo 3. Deckard Cain tasks you with destroying shards of the World Stone in order to save the world of Sanctuary. The story, the writing, and the voice acting are all competent enough, but not really why you come to a Diablo game. You come to a Diablo game for that loot. That glorious, shiny, magnificent loot. Diablo Immortal's gameplay feels basically identical to the Diablo mechanics you're already familiar with when it comes to Diablo 3, which is pretty incredible considering you can play it on a cell phone. You have 6 classes to choose from: a wizard, monk, necromancer, crusader, demon hunter, or barbarian. Each class has a different moveset with different strengths. Barbarians, for example, keep you up close while attacking, while other classes like the wizards encourage you to fight from a distance. You even have some basic character customization options to choose from before you start. Now, was I able to recreate the most handsome man in the known universe? Not quite. The customization options are still kind of limited, and there are only so many beard options. But the options are still pretty good for a mobile game, and it's nice that they're even included at all. Now, this game is also available on the PC, but it's clear it is designed for mobile devices. You can either play it with the touchscreen or you can connect the controller, and both options feel pretty comfortable and work well within the game. They did nothing to adjust the UI for computer screens or upgrade the graphics for a computer. But the main draw of Diablo Immortal is playing it on the go anywhere. So it's nice they included a PC port as an option, but it's not really the point of a mobile Diablo. And while it doesn't look all that great on a PC, it does look pretty impressive on a phone. It runs at a 60 FPS frame rate really well on newer devices, and can maintain a solid 30 even on my 4-year-old iPad. Although the field of view is somewhat diminished, the game looks like how I remember Diablo 3 looking on my PS3. Obviously, the graphics aren't going to compare to the latest consoles, but I'm also not playing it on the latest consoles. I'm playing it on a tiny computer that lives in my pocket. Do you want me to talk about my toilet habits again? I can do that real... Hello? Once you're in and playing, the loop is just as satisfying and addictive as you remember. You have a handful of different attacks, with each leveling up and more unlocking as you play. And as you fight enemies, they drop more of that beautiful, glorious loot to reward you as you play. And when you're done with one mission, the process starts all over again into the next one. It's all incredibly mindless, but in a way that is really satisfying. The reward loop scratches that itch in my lizard brain that I imagine my ancestors felt when they went on a successful hunt and brought food home to their families. But as someone whose job it is to sit in front of a screen and only get into digital danger, this is as close as I'll ever get to those roots. I hope my kids enjoy the taste of digital venison and disappointment. But as satisfying as this loop is, I never really found it particularly challenging. When I played, I got to level 30 within the first couple of hours. And past that, the game never got more difficult. Instead, leveling up just became a huge grind. And look, as the completionist, I'm clearly a man that loves a grind. Like a horny teen at a middle school dance in the early aughts, grinding is what I know. Grinding is what I do, and grinding is what I dream about. As my hormones rage, you can no longer control my bodily urges. I'm admitting a lot today. But all this grinding talk does bring us to the big, uncomfortable, expensive elephant in the room. Diablo Immortal's in-game purchases are so broken, predatory, and not worth it that it mars the whole experience for me. And some people have crunched the numbers and done the math on how much you would have to pay if you wanted to fully level your character. The YouTube channel Bellular News calculated that in order to fully max your character's levels, you would have to pay a whopping $110,000. Last year's average American income, for example, was just over $50,000 a year. So that means the average American would have to work for 2 years with no other expenses to actually pay their way to the top. But Gerard, you say, what if I want to be a good little gamer and ignore all of the pay-to-play pop-ups and level up with pure time and skill? Well, they crunch the numbers on that too. If you don't want to spend money to level your characters, it would take you an estimated 10 years of grinding to max out your stats. It's not exactly a reasonable amount of time for most people, folks. Some are calling Diablo Immortal play to win, but I wouldn't even call it that. It's more refinance your mortgage to win, or break it to your kids that you spent their college fund on a mobile game to win. It is to be expected that a free-to-play mobile game would have some in-game purchases. We are a culture built on consumerism, and Activision Blizzard is a business after all. But there is a big difference between being able to purchase a few cosmetic items for your character and constantly pestering your player base to continually buy loot boxes that likely won't even give them the rare drops they need to level all the damn time in the game. Yes, that's right. Even if you do buy the in-game currency, the rare gems are hidden behind loot boxes. That means there is no guarantee to even get those legendary gems to slot into your best armor. And the percentage chance of getting those legendary gems is so low, it's almost zero. This means that even if you are spending money, you don't have a guarantee to get the best stuff. If I spend money on a game, it better hand deliver me the best items in the goddamn game, as well as a little kiss on my forehead. Is that too much to ask for? A kiss? Some gems? I'm spending money here. Now, to be clear, I am not against a free-to-download mobile game having in-game transactions, but these transactions must be balanced. If you're offering anything more than cosmetic items or DLC missions, you should be able to achieve the same levels and unlocks in a reasonable amount of time without paying to level. And if you do pay, those rare items better be a guarantee. I even paid for an outfit in Diablo Immortal just so the game would stop pestering me with pop-ups. Did it make me feel good to have my digital wardrobe change? Not at all. It just made me realize that I cannot fill this hole in my heart by buying things. This hole is a part of me, and the only way to fill it is to realize that it was never empty at all. My heart hole has always been full of love from my family and friends. But let's be real. Filling the hole with money is way more fun, and my friends and family are complex human beings, which means they can kind of be annoying sometimes, damn it. The unfortunate downfall when it comes to Diablo Immortal is that it matches the parallels of Diablo 3, which means you're going to keep replaying this game over and over again via expansions of seasons, getting your friends to play with you, and of course, Paragon leveling is back. it's not necessarily a bad thing, but considering how bad the leveling is in its current state, those 10 years of leveling will heavily weigh on you as you progress. As frustrating as the broken microtransactions are, there is still something pretty incredible about playing a Diablo game on your phone. Really, aside from graphical and UI choices, it doesn't feel as though the game compromised too much to get it on our mobile devices. If you're someone who really enjoys the Diablo games and isn't one to invest too much on actually maxing out all of your levels, Diablo Immortal can be great. It's a free experience that is perfect for playing on the bus or if you want to take a crap at your house. Can I talk about that still?
No, Gerard.
Look, if you want more than a mindless experience that constantly pesters you to cough up some dough, perhaps Diablo Immortal is not for you. This is all to say that Diablo Immortal is a really impressive mobile game, but perhaps nowhere near the greatest Diablo game of all time. That's why we're giving Diablo Immortal a 2 out of 5. Thanks for watching. Check out our cursed video about dinosaurs, or our breakdown of why Star Wars music is actually called jizz. I'm Gerard the Completionist, this is X-Play, now I'm gonna go take a dump. See you all later!
So we asked him to send us the quality, and you know how much I love to go to the beach.
Right.
Well, you remember.
It's the first time we met was
Yeah.
actually on the, that was fun.
God, that was fun, huh?
That was
Man, that really hurt. I remember that day.
You should see when Yoshi and Dan met. Actually,
What else you got going with them?
They won't play it?
They won't play that? That was racist.
Hey, Jake, what's all this for again?
Oh, Evil Dead review for the game?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And why the mask?
Well, I'm not going to be involved with something with the Evil Dead and not be fully prepared, you know?
Oh, okay, cool, cool.
I'm actually a big fan of the franchise. Like, I love Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. Ash Williams is one of my favorite characters of all time.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, I mean, he's like a violent, dumber Peter Venkman. I mean, what's not to love about him? You know, I mean, if they ever needed like a younger or huskier Ash Williams, and I would play that in a second. I would be there.
Well, you should totally cosplay him.
Well, I've tried that, but like, I don't know. I mean, I had the shirt and I had the gun, I had the chainsaw. I was even like covered in red corn syrup, but something just felt like it was missing.
Well, maybe it wasn't that something was missing. Maybe it was that something wasn't missing.
What do you mean by that?
Are we, is everything set up to do this review? What the f are you guys doing?
Oh, all good over here. Ready to do a review?
There's no way that thing is sharp enough.
This will cut through 15 pages of paper, thank you. Cardstock even.
Yeah, come on, Frosk. Let's do this review.
You're right. You camera bitch. Let's go. Alright, you proto screwheads, listen up. Now, while my producers are busy trying to win their first Darwin Award, why don't I tell you a little bit about the studio that made Evil Dead the game, and maybe a little history behind the franchise. That good with you guys?
Yeah, that's fine with... Oh my God!
Would you hold still? That barely made a cut.
Holy sh**. Let's move on. Announced at the Game Awards in 2020, Evil Dead the game is developed and published by Saber Interactive, famous primarily for remasters of games like the Halo Master Chief Collection and Crisis. But this isn't the first time that we've seen Ash Williams or the Evil Dead universe in video game form. Only 3 years after the premiere of the cult classic film, 1984 saw the release of the first Evil Dead game, titled, well, The Evil Dead on the good old Commodore 64. Now, funny enough, it too was sort of a strategy adventure horror game. Players took on the role of Ash, working to defeat monsters and seal the doors and windows of your cabin to prevent more from breaking in. Then, it wouldn't be until 2000 when Ash would make his mainstream return to the gaming world. In the era of your Resident Evils and your Silent Hills, it only made sense that Ash got his share of the 3D horror slashing action.
I got you now, you little sucker.
The Evil Dead series continued with Fistful of Boomsticks in 2003 and Regeneration rounding it out in 2005. And while that would be the last time that we'd see any of the games under the title Evil Dead, until, well, now, Ash would continue to cameo in other titles like The Oregon Trail, Telltale Games Poker Night 2, Dead by Daylight, Broforce, and sadly not Mortal Kombat 11 despite the rumors. Sure would have made that game a hell of a lot more groovy, though. But enough about the other Ashes in Evil Dead games. We're here to talk about Evil Dead, the game. So let's get into the meat of it. Speaking of, how's it going over there?
It's fine. It's fine. We're probably about halfway there.
We're not even to the bone yet. Yikes. Well, let's talk about the game itself. Evil Dead the game is an asymmetrical multiplayer game at its heart, allowing 4 players to take control of survivors, while a 5th member of your group controls one of the 3 different kinds of demons. Survivors fall into one of 4 different categories: leaders, warriors, hunters, and support, while demons can either be a warlord, puppeteer, or necromancer. The demons are all recognizable from the franchise, with the necromancer likely being the most recognizable as Evil Ash from Army of Darkness. Each survivor and demon has different abilities to help them hack, slash, maim, and destroy anything good or evil that gets in their way. But good, bad, survivors are the ones with the guns. So let's talk about the good guys for a minute. For survivors, there's a decent weapon variety throughout the game, which utilizes the popular tier system of weapons ranging from common to epic, and of course include Ash's chainsaw and trusty boomstick. Loot boxes can supply you with weapons as well as Shemp's Cola that acts as health, amulets that act as shield, and something called Pink F that allows you to upgrade your character during the match. I'm not totally sure why it's called that, but who doesn't love a good Pink F? For the evil side of things, since there's only 1 demon versus up to 4 other players, it's much more of a strategy game. Each class has slightly different perks and abilities associated with them. Demons can roam invisibly around the map, collecting infernal energy, which powers all of their abilities. These range from setting traps, controlling NPC enemies, to full-on possession of objects and the survivors. Additionally, as the demons, only certain object and objective locations are shared with you, not all. So while your survivor buddies are busy hunting for pieces of the map, you can start gathering energy, increasing fear, leveling up, and essentially making the next objective a living hell for your friends. Sure, you can rush in and start terrorizing the survivors as soon as you find them, but the game encourages you to play strategically. Think of it like a horror film. You don't want all of the big jump scares and horrifying moments right out the gate, right? No. You want a slow build that then crescendos in a climactic cacophony of chaos and carnage. But if you don't like playing with friends or are like Jake and don't have any...
Hey, that's not... Ow!
There's options for you too. Of course, you can jump into matchmaking at any time and choose whether you want to play as a survivor or a demon, but you can also simply play against the AI as well, going solo with a team of AI against an AI demon, or just going 1v1 with an angry hellspawn. But there's also some single-player missions that you can play as well, where you recreate moments from the Evil Dead franchise to unlock new characters, skins, and level up your character's base skills. Oh yeah, you can level up characters too. Playing with both survivors and demons allows you to explore a skill tree for each, unlocking all the new ways to heal or kill, but more than likely kill. So what does Evil Dead the game do well? Well, for starters, it does a really good job of immersing you in the world of Evil Dead. The atmosphere and ambience of the maps really feel like they do in the movies and series, and really up the creep factor when exploring the woods and structures as you stumble across in search of map pieces to find the Necronomicon and the Kandarian dagger. The action narration of Professor Raymond Noby guiding you towards your next objective is a nice touch as well. And we of course have to mention the fact that the man himself, Bruce Campbell, provided all the voice acting for Ash Williams. Not to mention the fact that his co-stars from Ash vs. Evil Dead did as well. The characters and the skins look great, and the voice acting is a ton of fun. When you can hear it over the screaming of your friends and deadites mixed with chainsaws, gunfire, and the gory chorus of numerous blood splatters. Oh yeah, it's also gory as hell, which is as true as you can get to the Evil Dead franchise.
Oh, man, that's so much blood.
Look, the longer you talk, the longer this will take. Are you guys talking to me or... You know what? Doesn't matter. Anyway, when I say that the game is gory, I mean it's gory. Within seconds of your first attack on a Deadite, you're immediately covered in blood. There's also finishing moves that you can perform with enemies' health is low enough, which are pretty wild and are almost always coupled with a classic Evil Dead style one-liner.
Go cry to mama.
So, that's the good. Now, what's the bad? Sadly, it's the game's repetition. Get ready to play the same objectives with your friends over and over and over again, because as of now, the main survivor versus demon mode is the same pattern of tasks every single game. And if you're taking your buddy on Demon vs. Survivor one-on-one, the games can end pretty quickly and unceremoniously. As the demon, all I had to do was go Christine on Jake's solo ass, and the game was pretty much over. All in all, Evil Dead is a decent game. It works well, plays well, runs pretty smoothly, doesn't have any obvious bugs, but in a world of asymmetrical multiplayer games and survival horror games, the only way it stands out is by being Evil Dead. And not that that's a bad thing. What Evil Dead the game does best is be an Evil Dead game. It's bloody, it's gory, it's gross, it's scary, it's funny, but if it didn't have the Evil Dead attached to it, it wouldn't really stand out. As it is, it feels more like Call of Duty Cold War zombie outbreak mode with Evil Dead skins. Still a lot of fun, but not wildly innovative. It has some replayability, but for us at least, it's a game that just requires some time between play sessions. It's not one that we would want to play all the time, but it is one that we'd want to go back to and pick up for a few hours with friends and have a bloody good time. But you just leave it wanting a little bit more substance, which I know is saying a lot about what's supposed to be a B-horror movie franchise, but even the series knew how important plot is. And ultimately, the game probably would have been much more enjoyable with a narrative experience as Ash Williams and crew on top of the multiplayer aspect. For the big Evil Dead fans, you'll probably really enjoy this game, and even casual fans of it will as well. But playing the game for long periods of time is like what Ash would probably tell you about gunpowder. A little goes a long way. And for these reasons, we give Evil Dead the game a 3 out of 5.
Whoa. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Is it done? Did you make it all the way through?
Yeah, I take it you didn't?
Not quite. Did you read everything that we wrote, including the stuff about how much of my life is so similar to Ash's life and how I owe everything that I have to Bruce Campbell? Did you read that part?
Yeah, look, maybe I didn't say every tiny syllable, no, but basically, yeah.
Groovy.
Hail to the Queen, baby.
Racing to answer your tech questions.
Coming up on the next Screensavers, I will solve a computer problem.
And I will put together a PC with my bare hands.
I will help someone live a more digital
Script without cracking up.
My name is Leo, and I'm a screensaver. We don't know you, but we want to fix your computer. Let us help.
The Screensavers, tonight at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, only on Tech TV.
Today on X-Play, Resident Evil got good again. We review Resident Evil 7 and 8 because it's January and no new games are out. Plus, we take a behind-the-scenes look at Rainbow Six Extraction. I remember when terrorists only had 4 limbs. It's game time.
Hello, and welcome to X-Play.
Have you ever had a nightmare of being trapped in a house, chased by a family of greasy-haired, crazy white people?
All the time. I lived in Florida for a while.
Ah, Florida. The perfect setting for a future Resident Evil game. I mean, it's almost a Resident Evil game now, but we're not looking ahead to the future.
No, we're looking backwards to make sure we suck every last bit of blood from games that came out between old busted X-Play and the new hyped X-Play.
Resident Evil 7 Biohazard changed the franchise. We were terrified and delighted and pleasantly surprised. And we're a bunch of cynical assholes.
Check out our review of Resident Evil 7.
Boy, I sure do love having intact hands. Ah! Oh no, I needed that. Oh, no worries. I know just the solution. There we go. Now that ham-fisted segue is out of the way, let's talk about Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7 came out during a very busy year for gaming, competing with games like Breath of the Wild, Horizon Zero Dawn, Destiny 2, and so many more. Because of that, the revival of the franchise may have been lost to many, but it is my job as X-Play host and handsome gamer to set the facts straight. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard deserves a closer look. I think for many of you youngins out there, you don't really realize exactly how dead in the water Resident Evil seemed to a lot of us. The series started with a bang with the first game, a campy but intriguing action horror with fun puzzles and satisfying jump scares. The second Resident Evil was somehow even better than the first, and the third was a bit short but still pretty good. And for 20-year-old games, they've all aged shockingly well in their recent remakes. As the franchise continued, it only seemed to get better with each game. They all improved and modernized with every new console they were released on. Of course, this doesn't mean that it wasn't without its flaws. The writing has always been cheesy as hell, and not every mechanic has aged perfectly, but personally, I think that has only added to the franchise's charm. Which brings us to the downturn that was Resident Evil 5. Like a relationship that you know isn't healthy, but you just can't bring yourself to end, many people play through Resident Evil 5 by lying to themselves and saying that it wasn't so bad. They told themselves that the franchise still loved them and that things would go back to the good old days. But like any relationship post-breakup, the love fades and you finally get the clarity to realize that your ex was actually a racially insensitive mess with frustrating gameplay and a nonsensical storyline. And Resident Evil 6 is when you take your ex back and immediately realize that they didn't fix any of their old problems, but actually picked up new ones. When Resident Evil 7 came along, not only did it bring us all the Resident Evil we know and love, but it also wasn't afraid to push the genre and try something new. In RE7, you play as Ethan Winters, a completely normal man on a search to find his definitely normal missing wife. Perhaps a little on the nose to name someone's missing wife Mia, or MIA, Capcom, but I guess the Resident Evil franchise has never been known for its subtlety. After Mia sends you a video asking you to find her in Louisiana, you travel to a derelict swamp house to go looking for her. While you're there, you realize things aren't exactly as they seem, both in the bayou and with your wife. A big change right off the bat with Resident Evil 7 is that the game is in first person. Some fans were resistant to this change as they felt it was going against the core mechanic of the franchise, but I disagree. Resident Evil 7 is hands down the scariest game in the series. By putting you in first-person perspective, every fight, every scare, every severed limb feels like a direct attack on you personally. It all feels much more urgent and terrifying when you're in Ethan's shoes. And don't forget, Resident Evil's early games all had tank controls. Tank controls! These games have always updated with technology and with the needs of each story, and this is a good thing. Who wants to be playing a stale game that feels like it was designed 20 years ago? Well, I guess a lot of people, if our YouTube comments are any indication. The opening of Resident Evil 7 is still one of the scariest games I've ever played. They nailed the Texas Chainsaw Massacre haunted house vibe. The disgusting environment and hints to something even more sinister do an excellent job of keeping the tension high while still keeping you intrigued enough to keep pushing forward to uncover the mystery of what happened with Mia. At the start of the game, you're given no ways to defend yourself. Ethan is all on his own, and you can really feel that sense of vulnerability. Unlike past Resident Evil games, Ethan isn't a soldier or cop. He's just some idiot choosing to ignore a series of red flags to find his wife. And as a fellow wife guy, I've got nothing but respect for this mentality. Honey, I will remove and reattach as many limbs as necessary to save you from some creepy family's basement. Just say the word. And once you get through the opening, it's back to the Resident Evil we were all nostalgic for. One of my favorite things about RE7 is how it's not afraid to shift tonally as you play the game. You're given a gun and the world opens up for you to discover what else lies hidden in this swamp. Resident Evil 7 moves away from the action-focused era of Resident Evil 4 and 5 and 6 in favor of increased emphasis in exploration like we had in the early games. You have different locations to check out, each ending in a different boss fight. Guns, weapons, and upgrades are sprinkled throughout the world for you to find and collect. And the game is filled with puzzles that both feel like the traditional shove a gem into a statue puzzles of the old games, as well as puzzles that feel refreshing, challenging, and new. One highlight is an escape room type of puzzle that you encounter mid-game. It is incredibly well done from both a stylistic story and gameplay standpoint. To avoid spoilers, let's just say you are thrown into a flashback-like sequence where you play as a different character forced to escape a booby-trapped room. The sequence is very spooky and unnerving, while also just being a really satisfying puzzle. And later, the game makes you revisit that same puzzle, but they throw in enough twists that it doesn't feel rote or repetitive. Another excellent holdover from the old games is the Mr. X-like character. Instead of having a huge silent zombie chasing you around, you have a huge daddy who won't shut the f*** up.
Oh boy! Now look what you've done, mother.
It offers the same tension and stress that comes from being chased, but it's contained enough that you still feel like you can explore without being bothered too much. A major problem with a lot of the Resident Evil games is that they can't sustain their gameplay for the entire story, which leads to choices like Chris punching a boulder or you shoving Ashley into a dumpster. What makes Resident Evil 7 so refreshing is they never felt the need to stick to one type of game or tone. In the beginning, you're unable to defend yourself in a spooky haunted house, and later, you got the classic hand cannon Resident Evil action and exploration you already know and love. This willingness to change the tone, and sometimes even the genre of the game as you play, is RE7's biggest strength. That is, until you get to the end. Resident Evil 7's fatal flaw is that it just didn't know how to stop. The last third of the game felt like it needed to shoehorn the rest of the franchise's story to tie into this one. The final sequence is convoluted, confusing, a bit annoying, and ultimately just unnecessary. It isn't the worst thing I've ever played. I did play Resident Evil 6 after all, but the game would have been much better just ending it at the Bayou. Ultimately, Resident Evil 7 is an excellent game that took the franchise back to its roots while still remaining modern. It took all the best parts of the old games while improving and modernizing the rest. As a little aside, I just have to say it's so nice to see a classic franchise that was willing to change things instead of holding onto nostalgic, clunky old mechanics like another game I know.
Adam, Metroid Dread's a good game. Stop digging yourself deeper. People love you. It's okay.
Yeah. Yep, I'm just numb. Of course, it still isn't perfect. It was a bit long in the tooth towards the end, and it wasn't free of the usual Resident Evil convoluted story and tropey characters. But Resident Evil 7 will always hold a special place in my heart for reviving the series and setting the stage for more excellent games like Resident Evil 8 Village and whatever else is sure to come. And that's why I'm giving Resident Evil 7 Biohazard a 4 out of 5.
Resident Evil 7 changed the trajectory of the RE franchise entirely, and it saved us all from whatever a proper follow-up to Resident Evil 6 would have been.
We dive into Resident Evil Village right after the break.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to X-Play. Resident Evil Village sends Ethan Winters on an amazing Eastern European vacation.
Ah, yes, the mysterious old country farmhouses, famous for werewolves, possessed dolls, unsupervised chickens, and tall, rich women. You know, Resident Evil Village gets a lot right about the old Soviet bloc. I've been there.
Check out our review of Resident Evil Village.
If you haven't heard about the Resident Evil franchise, well, I'd be shocked. But, that's completely valid and understandable if you're living under a rock. But you must have seen this lady on your Twitter or your Reddit or your Pinterest, right? tall vampire lady that everyone's begging to get stepped on by her? Yeah, that one. Honestly, after finishing the game and starting to play through it all over again, she is not the most memorable part of Resident Evil Village. So step aside, Lady D. We got new monsters to talk about. Resident Evil Village is a survival horror game that launched on May 7th and skyrocketed to the third biggest PS5 launch so far, which, if you watch my previous PS5 rant, you'll understand why I can't be that impressed as I would have liked to be. But even if we were flush with brand new titles, this one will be standing out for sure. You play as Ethan Winters again, because getting his ass beat all along creation in Resident Evil 7 wasn't enough of a bad day. Although, Chris Redfield at least taught him how to shoot, if not how to keep all of his fingers. And we're trying to find his daughter after she was taken away to some strange Romanian fever dream locale that asked the typical pogrom to hold its beer. The game has about 12 to 13 hours of gameplay, minus the new game plus, and extraordinary hype, since we were introduced to pretty castles, artifacts, and seductive vampire ladies. No, stop. I'm not going to be talking about you, okay? It's taken me a lot of therapy and melatonin to forget about you. You've got to go. Like, out. So, after grabbing my cup of tea and taking a breath of that sweet spring air, I immediately shut the window, turned my monitor on, and played the game. And I can tell you, without question, Resident Evil Village is amazing. Let's start with how beautiful everything is. The world is outstanding and vividly realized, especially this huge castle we venture into. The level of detail is astounding, from the characters to the trees to the feeling I get when Winters constantly, and I mean constantly, gets impaled by sharp objects. The controls feel smooth, and I wasn't always out of ammo, which was pretty cool since I didn't have to die all that much. Speaking of dying, it's pretty easy to avoid, especially if you upgrade your weapons to become the most OP Ethan Winters you've ever seen. The general lack of death isn't a fault, though, as it allows the brilliant pacing of Resident Evil 8 to shine. Not only were the monsters so freaking cool, but comparing them to previous Resident Evil zombies, where they could just wander in for an easy headshot, these werewolves and other mutated nasties have varying speeds, which make it harder to hit and predict, but also a lot more fun and tense. There's a whole lot of action and blood, and this game keeps you on your toes the whole time. The tension building is real, but it's not as scary as you might think. Let's just say, even if Resident Evil 7 was too scary or too overwhelming for you, you should still definitely give this one a chance. Sure, maybe there was an undignified scream that came out of my mouth during a certain point in the second section that sent me back to bed with my stuffed panda, but, you know, that was only once. And I know they put it in there to mess with us, so you have been warned. Other than that one moment, things aren't as bad as you think. This is, for the most part, an action game with some of the most imaginative and at times repulsive monsters. It's like a menagerie of some adolescent Hesher's doodles in his school binder. But that's what we love. We love those monsters. Or at least I do, because I'm neurotic. No, I'm not talking about you. How'd you get back in? Can we put another monster, just a different one, up on the screen? Yeah, that's a good one. Even though the entire game is a roller coaster ride, the story is still incredibly more cohesive than other Resident Evil games. It's silly, and it does get weirder and weirder the more you play, but it just, well, it makes sense. New Game Plus is also a very strong draw, since you can carry all your weapons and upgrades from your previous run-through, and facing down previously tough enemies with a fully tricked-out shotgun is better than running into your ex when you're on a hot date. You're like, yeah, look at me, I'm doing just fine right now. Not that I would know, that never really happened to me, did it? And don't be shocked if you miss some areas. The castle alone probably has more rooms than Resident Evil 1, and there were so many rooms. I know, I can't stop gushing about this game, but it really is that good. But some things still could have been improved upon. To start off, the game doesn't explain to you that you can hunt and fish for items that offer some powerful upgrades until after you've actually collected some and potentially sold them all off. The frustrating thing was that they didn't explain what the meat and fish did at the beginning. So the Duke comes strutting along and offers you money for the items that would have definitely saved you later on. And who am I to refuse a shiny coin from the handsome Duke? The other thing is that once you leave one of the 5 main areas outside of the village, you cannot go back. There's no way to re-enter the castle once you're out. So if you're watching this and you're going to play the game, get everything you can from the castle when you're there, because you're not going back. So yeah, very minor problems in an otherwise outstanding game. Now I want to say something I don't say lightly. This is the best Resident Evil since 4, and it's arguably better. Whoa, 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 don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, come on. As of now, this is my favorite game of the year. It might be a little bit early to say because we've got like about half a year left when other games are coming out. But let's say this is definitely on my list. Look, it's just so much fun to play. There's all the action, the horror, the monsters. No, I don't want to talk about you anymore. You've been talked about too much already. It's time to talk about other things in the game. It's not just that. You're old news now. And there's other monsters that are out there. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You've had your time in the spotlight, but you know, we've got to move on. There's other fish in the castle. Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, man, that was tough. She's gonna kill me now, isn't she?
Okay, you were probably expecting a score.
This video was produced before we started giving out scores again, but that doesn't mean that we can't have one now.
Here, guys, Resident Evil Village gets a 4 out of 5. Okay, you happy, nerds? It's pretty great, and the giant fetus monster scared the shit out of us.
Come back after the break for something that scares us just as bad.
An alien invasion?
Absolutely not. It's the military fiction industrial complex. We talk Rainbow Six Extraction with the developers right after this. Welcome back to X-Play. Rainbow Six Extraction is almost here.
It's hard to believe that it's been 2.5 years since we learned the next Tom Clancy game would feature an enemy closer to a Resident Evil game than a January 6th fever dream.
Extraction was originally called Quarantine. But now it has a new title that doesn't remind us of the suckiest 2020 imaginable. And it promises to deliver a tactical co-op experience unlike anything you've ever played. At least not since Back 4 Blood last fall.
The sadistic minds behind Extraction gave us the inside scoop on what to expect this January. Check it out.
Rainbow Six Extraction is the latest installment in the venerated Rainbow Six series. The X-Play team had an opportunity to play through some of Rainbow Six Extraction, and now we can chat with technical director Bruno Lalonde and writer Linda Nguyen. Thank you to both of you for joining us today. Linda, let's just sort of start and sort of set the world that Rainbow Six Extraction takes place in.
Right, so Extraction is a squad-based tactical shooter for up to 3 players, and our operators, they're out there, they're trying to contain this alien threat, something that we've never seen before. And it's really a matter of having fun, going out there, getting as much intel as we can, bring it back, and so we can learn more about the enemy, but also just having fun and being in this new environment and seeing these enemies and fighting off this alien threat.
I'm unfortunately old enough to remember the very first Rainbow Six game. Was there some, thinking through to sort of take Rainbow Six with its kind of gritty realism and bring in something so fantastical?
It's not that we need permission, but we felt that we had all this liberty to try something new. And so we did. Let's have these operators in different maps. Let's have these objectives. Let's try something different for a change and be immersed in this different world.
And Bruno, to Linda's point, I find this very interesting. If you're not playing Rainbow Six Siege right now, you may not be as familiar with the style of gameplay, of cooperative gameplay that is part of the Rainbow Six experience. If you wouldn't mind sort of detailing how you play this differently from other co-op games, like say a Back 4 Blood that is out there, or even Halo.
Rainbow Six Extraction is like Siege, is a tactical shooter. So it's a co-op tactical shooter and a PvP environment. When you play, you have to take care of your squad composition, of every resource you have at your disposal in order to play tactically and face those alien threats and those really intense mission objectives. What is pretty different from Extraction is like when you jump an incursion, it's up to the player end to extract at any moment. So that's mean if you feel that, you know, challenge is too hard, you know, you already waste too much ammunition, gadget, etc., and you don't have the resource, you know, to continue in the mission, you know, it's time to step out and extract from the mission.
You know, usually I imagine you would sort of look at something as a level that has a beginning, maybe a middle, and it has an end. But you're designing missions levels with an idea that the end could be at any moment, depending on how the players feel. If you could just speak to the process of designing something like that, like how does that change how you approach the level design?
You know, we have a procedural system that will generate incursion for you. So player pick a map, and then, you know, we have a procedural system that will pick you mission objective, entry point in the map, placement of the objective, enemy composition, gameplay ingredient, you know, and we have like this big algorithm that creates you a unique incursion every time you play on. So it was important to us to design a map, you know, to be able to play from a different angle. You know, we design this incursion system and a way to offer replayability for player.
Writing something with fundamentally infinite possibilities, how does that change how you sort of write in the tension and the drama, where anything can be combined in a certain in multiple ways, and the players get to decide where the ending is?
We do plan for several scenarios, like if a player does this, if a player does that, and you might hear during an incursion, maybe with the same objective, maybe this time Ash is giving you info on how to proceed with a mission, and she's not going to say the same thing. You're at the same beat, but she's not really saying the same thing. So we do have to write a variety of the same dialogue. But at the same time, this variety makes it so the game never feels the same. The incursion that you're playing, you're never playing the same incursion twice.
Obviously, you know, the whole idea is like you want to kind of pull out because you want to preserve what you have. And I guess the question is, if you make it through a mission, what are your rewards that you can improve your character, or you can improve your weapons, you can improve your loadout?
Just by jumping an incursion as a player, you will know more about the enemy. You will bank some XP, you know.
How do you also envision that players, when they're together, that they kind of come to that agreement that, okay, let's extract now or let's go on further?
This kind of decision is part of the gameplay. It's part of the experience about, are we going to go further, you know? How far will you go in this incursion?
If you can make it through an entire incursion, you know, get to that final stage, which I'm going to assume is the most challenging part of the incursion, other than bragging rights, what are the other rewards?
The difficulty increase, but the reward also increase.
Yeah, and another reason to progress as far as you can is to level up your operators. So our operators, you can upgrade their abilities and their gadgets. And when you're maxing out your operators, then that's a good moment to try Maelstrom Protocol. So that's a challenge mode at the very end, and that's where you want to compete with other friends and find out where your placement is, and if you can challenge yourself the next week and the week after. And so really, you want to be prepared and have a really good roster of operators with you, and that's one reason to want to go to the end of an incursion.
Seems like the intention is to develop a platform where new stuff can become available as time goes on, to just kind of keep the game living. Am I correct in that?
So we do have a free post-launch program. So we're talking about crises, we're talking about assignments, and Maelstrom Protocol is a part of that free post-launch program. And we're going to have continuous support, and we're going to want players to come back and try their skills again in brand new situations.
It's almost like you kind of know going into it, I'm probably not going to succeed. But the fun is the trying, that there's almost some pleasure in failure. That it's this new thing, that I think has been emerging in more and more games. Thank you both for taking your time to both work on the game and to take time out of your schedule to chat with me today. Once again, Rainbow Six Extraction releases on January 20th of 2022.
And that's our show.
And dismemberment free to boot, which is a refreshing change.
Check us out everywhere that pops up when you search XPlay. Maybe it's our Twitch and YouTube channels with exclusive content. Maybe it's a local extreme sports organization, which sounds cool too.
That does sound cool.
Stay safe and peace out, everybody. Rowdy 5000.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's Matt Bischoff. I was just wondering if you guys are ever going to talk about podcasting.
Podcasting, that's a great idea. Have you heard about the pod? It's pretty cool. It's out. Well, we have to wrap.
What is it? Give me
I
told you about
podcast
Figure.
net.
That's postcast.
Whoops, sorry about
The
that.
ultimate solution for something. If you like what you just saw, tune in to Unscrewed with Martin Sargent every weeknight, 11:30 Eastern.
Dan the pop-up killer.
What?
Oh, that's it. Well, we gotta tell you, if you're in the if you're in the Los Angeles area and you'd like to be in our studio and have a lot of fun just like we did today, head on over to screensavers.com and click this link.
And then after the show, we'll all go to Crazy Girls together.
Okay, moving on. This one's funny. Have you guys seen the video going around the internet? It's a couple kids playing Doom 3. They're like freaking out.
Yes, we've seen the
let's
video.
look at it,
That
actually.
video.
Do we have that video? I think we have that video.
Oh my god. There's no sound. Isn't there sound?
Oh, it's much better when you
It's much better. There it goes.
These little kids,
They were freaking out.
Supposedly, it's scaring little kids like all over America and all over the world.
I don't get that at all. I mean, we just played it the other night. It was not scary at all.
It wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad. We have footage of us actually playing it.
Yeah, we were just playing it.
Yeah.
That wasn't. It wasn't that bad.
You guys.
It was a little.
You were scared. This is an R-rated game.
It was a little scary.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. On a tree frog, it's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. My life is like a dating simulator coded by my mortal enemy.
My name is Gerard Khalil. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. Life is a speed run that beats you.
Howdy, y'all. It's me, Wayne, from Wayne Feeds. I'm Wayne. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just with G4. Can you guys add like the Disney? People tell me I look like a young Kurt Cobain, played by an average-looking sketch comedian.
Hi, I'm the Black Hokage. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. Before I moved to LA, I considered calling myself the Florida Hokage, but I don't get day drunk enough.
Hi, I'm Kasim G. The G stands for my last name is Garaima. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. People say I'm the most handsome G4 host, and I've asked both my parents.
Hi, my name is Kevin Pereira. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. Sometimes, I wonder if my entire life is in a snow globe, inside a YouTube Let's Play.
I'm Frosk, but whenever I put too much gel in my hair, people call me Frost Krispies. You could game with any network that never stopped gaming, or just G4. My favorite League of Legends character? The sexy one with weird ears.
I got an email a few weeks ago from a viewer that said, I love Sarah's Windows tweaks and tips, but what about the hard... Well, we've shown the black box and some other alternative Windows environments for Linux. But today I wanted to show you two fun tweaks for KDE, Matrix GL and 3D Desktop Switcher. So let's take a look at them right here. I have it installed, a Linux box.
What's KDE?
KDE is the desktop environment, or one of the desktop environments for Linux. That's what I'm running right here. So when you see all these menus and the scroll bars and everything, the whole operating environment, that is KDE.
Home or even other
Exactly.
ones.
There's like a whole handful of 10 or 15 of them. So I went with KDE on this one, and I'm in the shell right now. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see me zoomed in here. And what I love is, this is Debian Linux, and what I love so much about it is you can choose, you can do installations using an apt-get command. And what apt-get does is it makes it so easy for you to install applications. If you want to install something, you don't have to compile it. You don't have to go through all of that headache that you do with...
You don't have to manually install and
Exactly.
check for updates in 40 different folders inside of Linux.
Exactly. All you do is type apt-get space the name of the application. In this case, I'm going to do apt-get install space, I believe it's the GL Matrix. And then once I hit enter there, it is going to go ahead and install the GL Matrix into the machine. And once I do that, all I have to do is click on these settings here, and I'm going to choose another setting here. This is within the KDE desktop environment. If you take a look at here, it says the behavior setting is to say allow programs to run in the desktop window. So that means that applications can actually replace your desktop.
Oh, weird.
So I've done that, and I launched the GL. This is GL Matrix, so that has replaced my desktop altogether. That's basically a 3D Matrix-like screensaver, but it's actually your desktop. You can click on the KDE Start menu and get all your different things. It definitely beats the standard JPEG. But aside from that, now, if I want to switch multiple desktops, which I love doing in Linux, if you take a look at the bottom here, the bottom center here, you're probably used to this right here. This is your 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your different. You can click on that. That'll give you desktop 1. That'll give you the desktop 2, desktop 3, and desktop 4. Now, on each of the desktops, you can have different things running. Like this is a Conquer web browser that I'm running apple.com. Here I have a homepage at google.com. So if we can pull all the way out, I'm going to show you the switcher now. This is the 3D switcher. All I have to do is click this button here. You want to take a full of the screen here, and it's going to shrink it all down into windows, allowing me to choose exactly which desktop I want.
And those are all being rendered in 3D.
Exactly. They're all being rendered in 3D, and all I have to do is say, I want the Google desktop. Boom, right there. I'm back into Google. So I can click on that again and then choose exactly which one I want. If I want, let's say, the Mac desktop, let's go back to that. There it is. And these are two fun, little, easy-to-install tweaks that you can do in KDE.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. Expert timing. There were funky Chinamen who came to Chinatown. They were chopping them up. They were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art. Surrounding their bar. From a crazy to a slip. And a kicking from the hip. Everybody was fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. Well, they fought with expert timing.
I found the last survivor from the spaceship accident. You'll be safe now. Number 7 reporting from point 2704.
Never liked guns. Oh man, why'd you have to do that? No, look, you don't need to do that. Oh, this sucks.
Hey, nice going, stranger. Now go get your moolah over at the bounty store, eh?
Go away. I can tell them you're a spy, and they will kill you.
Welcome, recruit, to the Dragon Commander Academy. Sit down and listen up, for you've a long way to go yet before you'll be worthy of your title. Now, on your ship, you'll be surrounded by princesses, politicians, and other assorted parasites. Listen to their advice, but don't let them manipulate you. You are the commander, not them. Don't forget your studies of the art of war, and don't neglect the benefits of new technologies. Play your cards right and outsmart your enemies by moving your armies about with great military cunning. When in battle yourself, close coordination between your land, air, and sea forces is imperative. You have at your disposal formidable forces, but screw up and we'll all end up as demons chewing toys. So think and strategize to win the day. Oh, and by the by, since you're a dragon after all, do use your arsenal of unique powers from time to time. Nothing like a barrage of searing fireballs to seal the deal. And in case you need practice, and you will, you can always take on other dragon knights to hone your skills. You probably won't last much longer than the others, but perhaps you'll surprise us and lead us to victory. Give it a shot, why don't you? Larian Studios presents Divinity Dragon Commander.
I love my daughters! They are so pretty!
Looks like it's time to moralize.
A long, long time ago it was. Before people began to dwell in the sky, a terrible war was waged between us humans and the wicked god. After the horrendous battle, our ancestors entombed the wicked god and left the polluted and barren earth to find a future in the sky.
In this world, there are things that people mustn't touch. Who cares?
The god of demise and destruction, the cursed power of Malpertio.
The Ant Magnus? Never heard of that before.
Damn! The bastards!
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire?
Us heroes, we have so much to do.
I've been waiting.
Kill him. If left alone, he will prove a threat to my empire.
Let us trust the
Just
young.
one more.
Who hold the spirit within them.
The struggle alone will fill a great emptiness within you and ease your pain.
How long have you known?
Come on, Kibari! Move it!
Go away!
Our only hope is the long-lost ocean.
Awaken! Ancient god of destruction!
Be what you always dreamed to be!
Someday you will know who you really are.
If you haven't heard about the Resident Evil franchise, well, I'd be shocked. But, that's completely valid and understandable if you're living under a rock. But you must have seen this lady on your Twitter or your Reddit or your Pinterest, right? Tall vampire lady that everyone's begging to get stepped on by her. Yeah, that one. Honestly, after finishing the game and starting to play through it all over again, she is not the most memorable part of Resident Evil Village. So, step aside, Lady D. We got new monsters to talk about. Resident Evil Village is a survival horror game that launched on May 7th and skyrocketed to the third biggest PS5 launch so far, which, if you watch my previous PS5 rant, you'll understand why I can't be that impressed as I would have liked to be. But even if we were flush with brand new titles, this one will be standing out for sure. You play as Ethan Winters again, because getting his ass beat all along creation in Resident Evil 7 wasn't enough of a bad day. Although, Chris Redfield at least taught him how to shoot, if not how to keep all of his fingers. And we're trying to find his daughter after she was taken away to some strange Romanian fever dream locale that asked the typical pogrom to hold its beer. The game has about 12 to 13 hours of gameplay, minus the new Game Plus, and extraordinary hype, since we were introduced to pretty castles, artifacts, and seductive vampire ladies. No, stop. I'm not going to be talking about you, okay? It's taken me a lot of therapy and melatonin to forget about you. You've got to go. Like, out. So, after grabbing my cup of tea and taking a breath of that sweet spring air, I immediately shut the window, turned my monitor on, and played the game. And I can tell you, without question, Resident Evil Village is amazing. Let's start with how beautiful everything is. The world is outstanding and vividly realized, especially this huge castle we venture into. The level of detail is astounding, from the characters to the trees to the feeling I get when Winters constantly, and I mean constantly, gets impaled by sharp objects. The controls feel smooth, and I wasn't always out of ammo, which was pretty cool since I didn't have to die all that much. Speaking of dying, it's pretty easy to avoid, especially if you upgrade your weapons to become the most OP Ethan Winters you've ever seen. The general lack of death isn't a fault, though, as it allows the brilliant pacing of Resident Evil 8 to shine. Not only were the monsters so freaking cool, but comparing them to previous Resident Evil zombies, where they could just wander in for an easy headshot, these werewolves and other mutated nasties have varying speeds, which make it harder to hit and predict, but also a lot more fun and tense. There's a whole lot of action and blood, and this game keeps you on your toes the whole time. The tension building is real, but it's not as scary as you might think. Let's just say, even if Resident Evil 7 was too scary or too overwhelming for you, you should still definitely give this one a chance. Sure, maybe there was an undignified scream that came out of my mouth during a certain point in the second section that sent me back to bed with my stuffed panda, but, you know, that was only once. And I know they put it in there to mess with us, so you have been warned. Other than that one moment, things aren't as bad as you think. This is, for the most part, an action game with some of the most imaginative and at times repulsive monsters. It's like a menagerie of some adolescent Hesher's doodles in his school binder. But that's what we love. We love those monsters. Or at least I do, because I'm neurotic. No, I'm not talking about you. How'd you get back in? Can we put another monster, just a different one, up on the screen? Yeah, that's a good one. Even though the entire game is a roller coaster ride, the story is still incredibly more cohesive than other Resident Evil games. It's silly, and it does get weirder and weirder the more you play, but it just, well, it makes sense. New Game Plus is also a very strong draw, since you can carry all your weapons and upgrades from your previous run-through, and facing down previously tough enemies with a fully tricked-out shotgun is better than running into your ex when you're on a hot date. And you're like, yeah, look at me, I'm doing just fine right now. Not that I would know, that never really happened to me, did it? And don't be shocked if you miss some areas. The castle alone probably has more rooms than Resident Evil 1, and there were so many rooms. I know, I can't stop gushing about this game, but it really is that good. But some things still could have been improved upon. To start off, the game doesn't explain to you that you can hunt and fish for items that offer some powerful upgrades until after you've actually collected some and potentially sold them all off. The frustrating thing was that they didn't explain what the meat and fish did at the beginning. So the Duke comes strutting along and offers you money for the items that would have definitely saved you later on. And who am I to refuse a shiny coin from the handsome Duke? The other thing is that once you leave one of the 5 main areas outside of the village, you cannot go back. There's no way to re-enter the castle once you're out. So if you're watching this and you're going to play the game, get everything you can from the castle when you're there, because you're not going back. So yeah, very minor problems in an otherwise outstanding game. Now I want to say something I don't say lightly. This is the best Resident Evil since 4, and it's arguably better. Whoa, 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 don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, come on. As of now, this is my favorite game of the year. It might be a little bit early to say because we've got like about half a year left when other games are coming out. But let's say this is definitely on my list. Look, it's just so much fun to play. There's all the action, the horror, the monsters. No, I don't want to talk about you anymore. You've been talked about too much already. It's time to talk about other things in the game. It's not just that. You're old news now. And there's other monsters that are out there. Look, I'm sorry, okay? You've had your time in the spotlight, but you know, we've got to move on. There's other fish in the castle. Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, man, that was tough. She's gonna kill me now, isn't she?
Hey, this is Tony Hawk, Pro Skater. You're watching Extended Play.
Coming up on a special edition of Extended Play, we go to the biggest gaming show on Earth, the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles. We'll show you Nintendo's new console system, the GameCube, the latest developments in Microsoft's highly anticipated Xbox, and run down the best titles of the expo. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to Extended Play from the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, California. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello, and this year is a really exciting E3. What with the Xbox and the GameCube coming out this year, and on top of that, both companies have announced that the consoles are going to be released within 3 days of each other.
It's going to be a tough choice come November, especially when you also consider the fact that we've seen some very strong PlayStation 2 titles, as well as some must-plays for the PC.
Now, E3 is a crazy scene. We've got celebrities running around, skateboarders, costumes, but ultimately, it's all about the games.
It's been insanity for 7 years, and it's just crested one more time.
E3 2001. There were crowds, celebrities,
Video games are the big thing today, and that's why we're here.
and oh yeah, games.
I'm a hardcore gamer, so I got a lot of questions. I'm here at the place where you get the answers.
More than 400 exhibitors showcased thousands of new titles and technologies, including many products seen for the first time ever at E3. If that doesn't excite you, well, there was lots of free stuff too.
Would you like one of these? Giving away free t-shirts.
There were pro skaters,
It's crazy. It's sensory overload.
pro surfers,
Pretty amazing, all the stuff here.
and pro survivors in attendance.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, quite an event.
And here's a shock, Pikachu was in the house. There was the usual slew of highly amped sequels, as well as some anticipated originals. PC games were out in force with new takes on franchises like The Sims and reliance on old standby genres like real-time strategy. The big excitement was generated by upcoming online games like PlanetSide. When push comes to shove, however, this show was dominated by the consoles. The battle of the next-gen manufacturers kicked off the day before E3 with press conferences from each of the big three console makers. Xbox and PlayStation showed off some new games, while Nintendo finally gave us a look at their GameCube and its upcoming titles.
Let me introduce you to our new baby.
We finally learned the release dates of both the consoles.
In the United States, on November 5th.
On November the 8th, in the North American market,
These companies seem bent on going head-to-head this holiday season.
And all the attention that's going to be spent on gaming this holiday season, it's just going to tickle the industry. It's going to be great.
I think you're going to have massive consumer confusion this year. It's not at all clear where you should spend your $300.
There didn't seem to be too much confusion at the packed Nintendo booth. Gamers had to wade through an ocean of onlookers in order to get a chance to play the GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Xbox drew a big crowd as well, as gamers got their first chance to actually play Oddworld, Halo, and other upcoming games. PlayStation's booth took up the most acreage this year, while showing more of the PS2's networking and online ability. GameCube was the big story of this year's E3, although Xbox and Sony showcased some impressive new games for their systems. It's clear the console war is far from over.
Now that ought to give you a good idea as to what this year's exciting E3 was all about, but you need to know more. You need to see video, you need to see interviews, which means you need to go to extendedplay.com.
Coming up on Extended Play, it's a big year for Nintendo. We'll see what's coming to the GameCube. Plus, batten down your hard drives, there's a load of new games coming to your PC.
Hey, this is your Olympic hero, Kurt Angle, and you're watching Extended Play. It's true. It's true.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
On Wednesday, May the 16th, 2001, gamers caught their first glimpse of the games for Nintendo's GameCube.
And boy, was there a lot to see. Usually people have pretty high expectations from the big end, and this time, they delivered. Welcome to Nintendo Country. It was here that the throngs of attendees got their first long look at what the Big N had up its sleeve. And this year, Nintendo had a really big sleeve. First up at bat was the Game Boy Advance. With its June 11th release date right around the corner, people lined up to see what kinds of games they would be playing. Judging from what we saw, expect to take a trip through Nostalgia Land. You got your Mario games, your F-Zero title, and a return to Castlevania as well. And then we'll be able to look forward to strategy, role-playing, puzzle games, and Banjo-Kazooie. Yes, there is a God. But the real story and the real crowds could be found at the other side of the booth, where attendees got their very first hands-on experience with the mysterious GameCube, a system that by most accounts is not as technically powerful as the Xbox. But throughout the show, Nintendo maintained that it's not about power, it's about gameplay.
When it comes to gameplay, the GameCube is the best machine in terms of the balancing and in terms of the power necessary to create the best games ever. Having said that, however, we're not just going to concentrate on so-called gorgeous graphics and gorgeous-sounding games, because if we only focus on great pictures and great sounds, that will spoil the joy that is a very important aspect of gameplay.
And from the looks of the glassy-eyed gamers lining up to play, Nintendo did much to bring a sense of pure fun back into video games. In fact, the entire booth took on a joyous party-like atmosphere, as if people were relieved that Nintendo hadn't lost their touch.
I'm very glad people are excited. We are working very hard to introduce more and more unique and surprising games.
And it was the games, not the system, that generated the most excitement. Everything on the floor for GameCube was playable and quite polished. Among the titles shown were Luigi's Mansion, a surprisingly fun title that has Mario's taller, greener brother playing Ghostbuster with a flashlight and a vacuum cleaner. The highly original Pikmin mixes strategy and puzzle elements in an easy-to-play package. Star Fox returns in an action-adventure format, and to be honest, it seemed a little odd to see Fox without his ship. A new version of Wave Race is also in the works, and the water effects are absolutely stunning. And then there was Cameo, Elements of Power, a game that bears more than a passing resemblance to Shiny's PC hit Sacrifice. Look for this one to turn some heads as it gets closer to release. Other games like NBA Courtside, Super Smash Bros. Melee, and the now famous Rogue Leader were present as well. And down the road, the GameCube will add the action RPG Raven Blade, and the can't wait for it to get here, Metroid Prime, to the roster. To say that Nintendo wowed E3 attendees would be an understatement. What happens come November is anyone's guess, but at this point, it's clear that Nintendo's got game.
Now, obviously, Nintendo's had some big, happy surprises for us at this year's E3, and we're sure there's more to come. Now, last year, Return to Castle Wolfenstein was drawing huge crowds when it made its debut, and this year, people are still piling up to look at it. But as far as the PC arena goes, there hasn't really been a big, huge surprise or shocker. However, with improvements in technology like the GeForce 3, you still don't want to underestimate the PC.
Yes, the old PC has brought us some of the most innovative games to date. But lately it's been overshadowed by the hype surrounding this year's new slew of consoles and games. And thus the question arises, is the PC going the way of the dinosaur?
No, I don't think the PC will ever die. Millions and millions of people have PCs and they love games on the PC.
That's right, amigos. If you haven't gotten the message yet, the PC is still going strong. And that was more apparent than ever on the E3 floor as game companies showed off their new premier games. Everything from real-time multiplayer strategy games to first-person shooters, superheroes, teenage sorcerers, aliens, predators, wrestlers, soldiers, the Middle Ages, revamped board games, and trains. Some companies like Disney rolled out their high-profile celebs to draw in the crowd.
It's only $29.99 and it's out right now, so buy the game. You're gonna have a great time.
And Infogrames' preview beta of Survivor cashed in on the latest television trend with its two newest stars.
Expect the worst and be prepared for the worst, because it will live up to it.
World War II-themed first-person shooters have become popular this year, with such highly sought-after titles as Activision's Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Not your daddy's World War II. Want to show us the flamethrower real quick? There it is.
And our hat also goes off to Cornered Rat's World War II Online Blitzkrieg, which hopes to recreate the entire Second World War in every theater of operation.
Massively multiplayer, up to 10,000 people in the same virtual world.
Not to be outdone in the massive multiplayer department, Variant Interactive comes out of the gates a-swinging with PlanetSide, a surefire hit with shooter fans. And Blizzard Entertainment gets huge props for its Diablo 2 expansion pack. And I shall. Another one that looks to be a hit with kids and adults alike is Sierra's Empire Earth.
Can you fight people, go to war? Oh, definitely. Yeah. With every kind of man-rendering weapon that's ever been created.
And if that's not enough destruction for you, be sure to check out Crave's new real-time strategy game, Freedom Force, which lets you create your very own 60s-style superhero, fight supervillains, and thrash a city.
It's good, clean, wholesome violence.
So there you have it, gamers. A quick look at some of the PC games heading toward a store near you. Coming up on Extended Play, the PlayStation 2 is out and about with a ton of new titles on the way, and Microsoft's Xbox revs up for release.
Hi, folks. My name is Arlie Ermy, better known as Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. You're tuned to Tech TV Extended Play. Don't reach up and touch that dial, because I will rip your arm off and beat you to death with a bloody stub.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
Now, last year's E3, Sony got to be the big man on campus with their then upcoming PlayStation 2.
Yeah, well, so they don't have a big console coming out this year. That doesn't mean they're not making a strong showing on the game side.
If there was one word to sum up the PS2 software presence at E3, it would be variety. PlayStation 2 solidified its image as the system for all gamers as developers came to the expo with titles from all genres. In the category of action games, Bandai came out mechs a-blazing with not one, but two Gundam fighters, Journey to Jaburo and Zeonic Front. EA's new Bond game, Agent Under Fire, showed promise, and so did State of Emergency, a unique title courtesy of Rockstar Games where you take part in a full-fledged riot against the man. In terms of adventure games, you'll definitely want to keep an eye out for Maximum. This hack-and-slasher pays homage to the Ghosts and Goblins franchise, giving it a next-gen 3D makeover. Blood Omen 2 and Soul Reaver 2 of the Legacy of Kain series both looked solid, and so did Devil May Cry, Capcom's next big survival horror title. But if the macabre is not your thing, you can always count on Solid Snake and Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. For the RPG lovers, Dark Cloud showed great potential and should tide you over until Final Fantasy X comes out in the fall. When it came came to driving games, it was all about the sequels. While Gran Turismo 3 could hardly be ignored, many eyes also turned to Spy Hunter, a very exciting update to the classic Midway game of the same name. Wipeout Fusion's presence was a surprise. Sony America is still contemplating a US release, but judging by this footage, we can't help but feel optimistic about seeing it here. For all you sports fans out there, well, take your pick. You can look forward to the next slew of ESPN titles or get a head start on next year's Winter Games. If your motto is extreme or nothing, the X Games of 2001 will be your one-way ticket to Nirvana. You can take to the ramps in Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX 2, or try something more off the wall with the cel-shaded Yanya Kabalistya featuring Gawu. From Extreme Pro's EA Big, NBA Street looked like a surefire hit, with NBA stars doing it streetball style. And SSX got us drooling yet again with their sequel. Sony clearly has a solid hold of their software library, and since it's games, not specs, that count in a game system's success, Sony has positioned itself for a fighting chance as the console war continues.
I'm already seeing more platformers for the PlayStation 2 than I saw for the original PlayStation. And one of my favorites is Capcom's Maximo, which is the 3D version of my favorite game of all time, Ghosts and Goblins. The new kid on the block here at E3 is Microsoft with the Xbox. We've seen some stuff in the past, but their presence here on the show floor gives us a good sense of what's coming November 8th. On November 8th, Microsoft, a company with little experience in console gaming, will start selling the Xbox for $299. 3 days earlier, Nintendo, the most established name in console gaming, will release the GameCube for $100 less. This isn't David versus Goliath. This is the clash of the Titans. Microsoft strove to prove that the Xbox is a console. Games like the lighthearted Mad Dash and the visually stunning Dead or Alive 3 are unlikely to ever show up on the PC. Even with 15 to 20 titles available at launch, Xbox still needs to produce that one game, that system seller, that will bring the droves into their local stores.
People are digging Halo in a big way. Maybe that's the number one box mover. I don't know.
Originally, Halo was thought to be the standout launch title. On the show floor, the unfinished game looked like a technically strong shooter, but seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay. It seems that the biggest promotional possibility will be an odd one. Much as Odyssey continues to look strong in graphics and gameplay, Microsoft is clearly placing a lot of trust in it to get gamers to slap down cash for the Xbox. So the real question is, come November, what are gamers gonna buy?
You can imagine a two-console family, that you have a family-oriented gaming system, maybe a GameCube in the living room, where the content there is more family-oriented and more group-oriented, and then the older brother might have an Xbox up in his room where he can spend more time playing games like Halo, where family might not want to have that downstairs on the TV set in front of 6-year-olds.
I'd probably buy GameCube and Xbox, and probably a Dreamcast for like $50 by then.
If Nintendo presents themselves as the makers of quality family games and Sony champions their cool, how will Microsoft define themselves?
We want it to be the machine that gamers really aspire to have, that really dream about. They have posters on their wall and think about it. It's not a Volkswagen Beetle, it's not a minivan, it's a Ferrari.
It's that image that Microsoft will have to develop between now and November 8th.
You can look at our awareness of Xbox in the target market, 65%. We haven't spent one advertising dollar yet.
And with $500 million available to preach the Xbox gospel, by fall it should be clear that Microsoft is in the game and in it to stay.
Coming up on Extended Play, Sega's gone cross-platform. We'll check out their lineup for next-gen systems. Plus, so many games, so little time. We'll show you the best of E3.
Hello, everyone. This is Dave and Mike from Yuba City, California, and we love watching Tech TV.
Hi, I'm Kelly Slater, and you are watching Extended Play.
Welcome back to Extended Play from E3 in Los Angeles.
Now, at the beginning of this year, when Sega announced they would no longer be supporting the Dreamcast, probably by the beginning of 2002, there were some very upset Sega fans.
You bet, but you know what? They had nothing to be bummed about because Sega is going to keep doing what Sega does best, software.
Last year, Sega, with their hopes pinned on the Dreamcast, had a huge presence at E3. This year, Sega was tucked away in a corner, hoping to downplay its Dreamcast debacle and concentrate on what's to come. Sega's new strategy is to work as a third-party developer and concentrate on games. And let's face it, games are what Sega does best. Sega will be releasing at least 30 titles on the Dreamcast this year, with sequels for Sonic Adventure, Shenmue, and Crazy Taxi. Sega has also announced partnerships with their once arch rivals Sony and Nintendo, as well as console newcomer Microsoft.
Yeah!
Nintendo's GameCube will get 10 titles, including Super Monkey Ball and Virtua Striker 3 version 2002. They'll also be porting the virtual world of Phantasy Star Online to Nintendo's new console. The Xbox has acquired Crazy Taxi next, House of the Dead 3, and Jet Set Radio Future. Virtua Fighter 4 and Space Channel 5 have gone to the PlayStation 2. Hugely popular sports titles NFL 2K2 and NBA 2K2 will be available for both the PS2 and the Xbox. And Sega's hoping to dominate third-party sales with their online expertise. Though Sega has dropped out of the hardware wars, they will still be a major force in gaming. With Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo trying to prove their console's worth, each will be trying to win over Sega's loyal fanbase.
Now, for those of you that are wondering about Shenmue 2, Yu Suzuki was at the Sega booth and said the game is near completion. Now, speaking of completion, most of the games we see at E3 aren't done, so we really don't know which are going to be the best when they're released, but we do know which ones we're most excited about. Of the hundreds of games showcased at E3 every year, there are always a few that stand out in the crowd. So instead of trying to figure out what were the best titles this year, we settle on those games that make you go, Over at the Nintendo booth, the clear choice was Pikmin, an engaging title that initially looks too cute for its own good. Underneath it all, the concept of raising an army of plant monsters and making them do your bidding, with sometimes rather nasty results, is frankly irresistible. Several Xbox titles were also eye-catching, but Munch's Odyssey is still the one that'll make you stop and stare. It was quite playable on the show floor, and let's face it, we're anxious to return to Oddworld and play around. The PS2 had the lion's share of beautiful titles at the show, but the one that made everyone stop and stare was Silent Hill 2. The game is creepy and disturbing, and expect some good voice acting this time round.
See? I'm real.
Finally, PC gamers need not worry. There was some real innovation here, but in the end, we couldn't take our eyes off Sigma. It's a real-time strategy game without set units. Instead, you can invent your own by mixing up different animal species. So finally, we can see just how dangerous a land shark really is.
Now, one title we couldn't show you just then was Star Wars Galaxies, but it looks like it's going to be fantastic. But don't worry, we've got a full article for you at extendedplay.com.
And while you're there, read all of our in-depth previews of the games we loved here at the show.
Or if you want to get the full scoop on what Adam and I thought, join us in our chat Friday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Well, that's about it for our E3 show, but the year ahead in gaming is looking exciting, and you're going to see it here on Extended Play.
We will definitely keep you posted. So that's about it for this special E3 edition of Extended Play. So for the moment,
game over.
Now remember, there's more of the hottest new video games from Extended Play on TechTV.com. Now sit tight, because the screensavers are coming your way.
Guys, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Martin, Leo, and I did a quick commercial for the Screensavers. It's actually a parody of a real commercial that's been running on. It's true, Leo.
A real commercial?
It was a real commercial. Have you seen the Dell commercial with the kid from next door? You know, the one about Mrs. Peppercorn?
Never saw it.
Leo, why don't you come over here, Leo? Oh, boy. What do you think of it, Leo? Let's take a look at it.
Mr. and Mrs. Nortoncorn? Hey, it's me, Martin, the kid from next door. Sorry about the rhododendrons. Anywho, Patrick here needs some help with his computer. Hi, Mom. Now, Mr. Nortoncorn, here's the deal. You can get our friend Patrick the help he needs at Tech TV. All you have to do is watch. Ta-da! Tell them what they get, Patrick.
They get Leo and Martin and Patrick and Jessica and Megan.
Very good, Patrick. And Mrs. Nortonbean?
That's Nortoncorn, actually.
Whatever. The Screensavers are on every weeknight.
Perhaps that's why it's America's favorite computer help show.
Perhaps.
Get the Screensavers every weeknight at 7, 6 Central on Tech TV. All the computer help you need, free. No special deals, no CD burner, no legal blah-de-blah.
Ready? Mr. and Mrs. Laporte, it's me, Martin.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Leo and Martin, I should say, we did all the easy work. The smart people actually wrote that one.
We should give credit, really, Bill Mushrush's department, of course, our promotions department, and Jerry Wegley, who came up with the idea, who wrote the thing, who produced the thing in about 20 minutes. And really, Jerry we get a lot of credit. People come, I'm sure they do to you, Patrick, they come up to us and say, wow, I love that. Wasn't us.
Well, you know, and I'd also like to thank Steve, because he was cool enough to come up to my ranch in Montana for a week.
It was nice of him.
I interviewed him, and I could really channel him. And
you got his motivation and everything.
I think so.
I thought the delivery of Anywho was brilliant. I don't...
Yeah, well, my acting coach worked with me for a while on that.
The dialect, it was tough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think we got it. I think we nailed it.
And this, of course.
Yeah.
You could never beat that. So the Twisted Lister is here, and he's here with his top 5 list. Perhaps. Well, see, you know, I get...
Hello, I'm Gerard the Completionist, and I'll be your guide on today's X-Play Direct. We have many exciting announcements to share with you, none of which are real, and all of which are very stupid. But before we get to that, I'd like to introduce to you a friend of mine. Kirby? Hi! You certainly said a mouthful mode. Let's see what the Black Hokage has for the audience.
Everyone loves remasters of beloved classics like Xenoblade Chronicles and Link's Awakening, which is why X-Play is proud to announce a new wave of remasters that we wish existed so that we could review them, like Zelda's CDI Collection Remaster. You forgot about this, didn't you? Or Superman 64, still better than the new Superman game because there isn't one. Or how about Animal Crossing Amiibo Fire Festival? Your me's gonna love that cheese sandwich they paid 5,000 bells for, huh? Or how about Wii Music E3 2008 demo? It's only 3 minutes long, but it feels like a lifetime. Or how about WarioWare Snapped Again? The camera's better this time, but it still can't see black people. And Star Tropics. There's no joke here. We just really want to see a Star Tropics get a modern revival. No cap. Gerard?
So Kirby, how do you think it's going so far?
Hi.
Ouch. I appreciate your honesty, Kirby.
Hi.
I wonder what Frost has for us.
This is what everyone is waiting for. Mario Kart 9. T9 new levels for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Double dash your way to Luigi's Landfill, Waluigi's Walmart parking lot, Yoshi's Canadian trucking protest, Princess Peach's Saudi Arabian sunshine. She's only allowed to be a passenger in this one. Plus 95 other tracks. It's over 800 hours of content, which I think we all agree Gerard should complete.
I'd love to. I can't wait. Now, let's see what our special guest co-host has for us today. Rainessa, take it away.
Nintendo Switch Sports has an entire community center worth of new physical activities we think would be funny to add. Like cup stacking. Shuffleboard. Competitive vacuuming. Competitive hot dog eating. Regular hot dog eating. Soccer. Now for a demo. And by popular demand, we're also adding darts. So fun!
That's our presentation. Thank you so... Oh my God, you killed Kirby! Why? What's wrong with you? He was my friend, Kirby.
They launched in the late 70s with little money and lots of ideas.
There were 4 guys at Atari who decided they wanted to start their own company and publish games that were independent of Atari.
Their success broke records.
Activision in 1983, when it went public, was the fastest growing company in the history of American business.
And some of their decisions backfired.
I can't figure out where they came up with that name or why they decided in 1988 to compete against Microsoft.
It just really did not work out for the company.
But a young video game executive was confident that the failing company had a future.
And everybody was asking me whether I was mad. You know, why was I going off and doing this?
While other game companies have struggled to survive, Activision has continued to dominate.
It was something that started gradually building but never subsided and just continued to build and build.
This is the story of a company that continues to lead us through the video game revolution. It's the compelling story of Activision. The story begins in 1979, when another company is making headlines.
I'd like an Atari 2600 system, please, and everything that goes with it.
Warner Communications introduced the first Atari 2600, which was just an enormous success. I can't tell you how many tens of millions of machines they sold, but it was a lot. But it was a controlled licensing model. If you wanted to make games for the Atari 2600, you had to do it through Atari.
Atari vets Alan Miller, Bob Whitehead, Larry Kaplan, and David Crane have a plan.
There were 4 guys at Atari who decided they wanted to start their own company and publish games that were independent of Atari.
But Atari filed suit against the fledgling company, Activision, in May 1980, charging unfair competition and conspiracy to appropriate trade secrets. Undaunted, Activision begins shipping titles for the Atari 2600 just weeks later.
They built games like Pitfall and River Raid and Kaboom.
The red-hot game developers hit it big. By March 1981, revenues exceed $6 million.
Activision was the original independent third-party game publisher back in the early 80s. A lot of success on the Atari 2600.
In December, the lawsuit between the companies is settled. Activision becomes an official Atari licensee, and success continues.
The thing that made the company most successful at that time was that they had a very consistent track record and history of a very high-quality product.
With 10 successful releases in a row, sales are predicted to reach $150 million by the end of 1982. The biggest challenge is keeping game cartridges in stock.
And Activision in 1983, when it went public, was the fastest growing company in the history of American business.
Zork, a groundbreaking text adventure game, is topping charts and being developed by a company that Atari will soon be very familiar with, Infocom. But are the successes of Atari and the entire video game industry too good to be true?
There was this perception that Atari was a fad. You know, people were comparing the 2600 to the Pet Rock and that it couldn't be duplicated, and probably a lot of your viewers wouldn't even know what a Pet Rock is. But you had a lot of companies that had emerged overnight after Activision's success.
By late 1983, Atari's sales of the 2600 and revenues of the entire video game industry slipped into a tailspin, taking Activision along with it. Even though it has 5 of the top 20 video games, in November, Activision is rocked by massive layoffs. A still struggling Activision acquires game developer Infocom in 1987. A turnaround seems possible.
Infocom actually, in a lot of ways, was really the first true video game company. They had gotten started in the late 70s when computers, you know, like the Apple II were first coming into the market, or the TRS-80 from Radio Shack. It was before there was an IBM PC.
And Activision joins forces with international game giant Telecomsoft. Incredibly, the newly merged company abandons an all-too-familiar name.
I think it was something in the water. For the life of me, I can't figure out where they came up with that name.
They changed their name to Mediagenic. They started to get into business application software along with video games.
And Mediagenic goes head-to-head with a computer giant.
I can't figure out why they decided in 1988 to compete against Microsoft. You know, that was, the decision was to go compete against Microsoft making word processors for the Macintosh. And they never fully abandoned the heritage of the company. Even though they changed the name, they were still making games under the Activision banner.
It just really did not work out for the company.
In spite of the turmoil, in 1989, the company publishes the first interactive product on CD-ROM, Manhole.
The CD-ROM had only been around for a couple of years, and it wasn't really a mass-market technology. And the guys who developed the Manhole went on actually for another company to create Myst.
Sales failed to match the game's glowing reviews. By the fall of 1990, the once mighty game giant seems doomed, as stock in the company drops to 50 cents per share. It will take a video game warrior to save the collapsing company.
Everybody was asking me whether I was mad. You know, why was I going off and doing this? And, you know, what was it that was attractive about Activision? Why would it be so crazy?
Robert Kotick, a young video game executive, takes on the daunting task.
He had the foresight to see that this was an area of tremendous expansion, and that by buying Activision, you did have a brand name that resonated with the traditional gamer. He didn't have to start something from scratch and build it up.
It was a little bit of a leap of faith, and I think it was also some great foresight on Bobby's part.
He knew what he wanted to do, and he followed that plan.
They lost the culture of quality. And when we came back to the business, the first thing we did was change the name back. And also eliminate all of these ancillary product lines. We stopped making word processors. We stopped making databases. We just focused on doing games really, really well. And the mantra, it's a little bit different today than it was 10 years ago, but the mantra has always been a small number of really great quality games done incredibly well.
But with a staff that has been devastated by layoffs, how will these games get made?
At that point in time, when we were a small company, it was very hard to go out there and recruit the best developers in the business at that time and say, hey, let's go with Activision. So we took a little bit of a different strategy.
There really wasn't a plentiful supply of development talent. This was a pretty new business. And so we felt that in order to keep the quality objectives that we set for ourselves, we had to do all of the development at our own company.
We took lots of very young, bright, talented people who may not have necessarily had a lot of gaming experience, but really were passionate gamers and wanted to make games for a living, and we brought them into Activision. We helped teach them how to make games,
We had to hire the programmers and the artists and the animators and manage them because we really didn't have third parties that could provide that capability to our quality level. And it used to be 100% of our products had to come from our own internal studios.
The addition of Kotick helped bring Activision back to life and doing what they do best, creating games. But his next endeavor would be the riskiest of all, reinventing the wheel. Activision has given birth to revolutionary games and proven to be the reigning king of the video game industry. But this new thought of recycling old games for newer audiences may be the toughest obstacle yet.
When we first took over,
but this new thought of recycling old games for newer audiences may be the toughest obstacle yet.
When we first took over the company, we had a very small revenue base to take some of the old franchises like Zork and Pitfall and Shanghai and create new versions of those products for new hardware.
The first to receive the update is the Activision classic Shanghai. The new game, Shanghai 2 Dragon's Eye, is unveiled in May 1991 to glowing reviews and brisk sales.
Shanghai was a very important franchise for the company.
The game also helped establish Activision as a producer of games for many markets.
You know, it was one of the company's staples, and it was the kind of game that you could release on multiple platforms, that you could put into an arcade, and there was just a tremendous amount of interest, not just in America, but globally for Shanghai. So I think it also helped the company in markets like Japan, in terms of establishing a presence for ourselves in Japan, because Shanghai was very popular there as well. And it just, you know, it just really allowed the company to have this steady stream of revenue.
Shanghai is only the first step in Kotick's plan.
Bobby and his team recognized that there were a lot of assets in the Activision library that were just going to waste.
Properties like Pitfall, or River Raid, or Kaboom, or Zork that go back many, many years that really captured the hearts and minds of gamers. And what we thought is you have a combination of great intellectual property, incredible development technology, and if
we had to take those treasures and make them into new great games.
And those memories are updated in thrilling and successful new versions of longtime Activision favorites, including Pitfall.
The original Pitfall, due to the graphical limitations of the early 80s, it was basically Pitfall Harry, a stick figure, going across a puddle, two-dimensional, on a vine, which was just a straight line. And now all of a sudden it's 10 years later, and you can just imagine what we can do to create waterfalls and crocodiles and lush environments to really bring Pitfall Harry and his adventures to life.
And Zork.
Zork, in many ways, is even more remarkable because it was a text adventure game. Nothing but text. And so, in certain ways, it's almost like taking a book and turning it into a movie. You know, being able to take the written word and turning it into a 3D action adventure game.
In 1992, the newly rechristened Activision relocates from Northern California, the home of many video game companies, to Los Angeles.
We ultimately opted to move the company to Southern California because we really did feel that ultimately we would be able to benefit from the Hollywood creative community.
And that creative product expands when 7 titles were released in late 1993 for the red-hot Super Nintendo Entertainment System. The offerings include updated favorites such as Shanghai 2 and an intriguing new robot combat game named MechWarrior.
That was a mega hit that allowed us to take advantage of all the new 3D technology, and so it became a huge bundle item. And it was allowed to go into all these bundles with all the 3D cards and computers that were coming out at the time. And I think at that point we started to get more diversity in our games and started on our path to where we are today.
Brisk sales of MechWarrior, updated classics, and new titles convinced Kotick that the future of Activision lies in a mix of the past favorites and brand new franchises. Yet the emerging company is at a crossroads.
We had the challenge of competing against other smaller $100 million companies like us for development talent, for marketing talent, for sales talent, for intellectual property rights, for technology talent. And our fear was that at much less than $500 million, we wouldn't be a big enough company that we could have predictable operating results.
In the mid-90s, when we were growing and always trying to get to the level we are today, is we always had one big hit that really kept the company moving forward.
So we went into sort of this mad dash mode to go from 100 million to 500 million in 3 or 4 years. Had we not done that, I'm not sure that we could have remained an independent company today.
In April 1995, Activision enters an agreement to develop titles for Sega Saturn, PlayStation, and Nintendo Ultra 64. Strategic alliances with third-party game developers also increase their success. Through an agreement with id, the blockbuster game Quake is created.
And once we were able to start working with id, I think other people said, wow, you know, if id likes working with Activision, maybe we should start talking to Activision. I think our whole approach to the development community is to be a partner with the developers, and this is what we really said to id. Your success is our success.
What is Redemption PS2?
What it's really about is trying to make the consumers happy each time they buy an Activision title. Every proposed title must make it through a demanding approval process.
We have a very extensive greenlighting process where we look at the market potential. Is a genre growing or declining? How strong are the competitors?
It does a lot of things. It makes sure that the development is on schedule. It makes sure that we share this common vision. It allows us to identify any issues early on in the process so that we can correct them. And we make sure that we really hear what the entire world is saying about our games.
Those making it through the greenlight committees undergo incredible in-house testing of games.
And then testing our games all along the way with consumers. Are they interested? Are gamers interested in the concept? Are they interested in the idea and the gameplay? And then importantly, as the game evolves, do they think it's fun? Do they understand what the objectives are? Is it easy to play? Is it intuitive to play? Is it something they want to continue playing?
New versions of MechWarrior, Quake, and Pitfall titles continue the winning streak in the 1990s. Yet all the testing in the world can't guarantee success. The much-anticipated release, Spycraft, the great game, had a thrilling espionage plot.
And we wanted to make it as realistic as possible. The CIA is a hard place to duplicate without having some inside information, so we figured we'll go to a former CIA director.
And it boasted the latest in technology.
It was a time where people expected the CD-ROM could, in many cases, replace video game systems as the primary place that people would play games. And that ultimately turned out not to be the case.
Spycraft was a lot of fun. We definitely learned a lot about what you want to do right and what you could do wrong.
Spycraft misses with fans, but Activision has no time to grieve. They're busy signing Bruce Willis to a multi-million-dollar deal to star in Activision's Apocalypse. But the internally developed game is beset by production problems.
You know, again, it was another excellent learning experience for Activision to learn about what it means to work with a big celebrity who has very particular ideas about how he should be portrayed in a video game. To make sure it was right and to make sure we captured the essence of Bruce Willis was not very easy.
I'll see you in hell.
And luckily for us, we found Eversoft, who came along and made that game for us when we were having some other problems with it.
The much-anticipated game premieres on PlayStation, but falls short in more ways than one.
We've had games that we've had higher expectations for, and then as the game has been, in the course of being developed, we've perhaps reduced our expectations because we find that consumers aren't as interested in it, or the gameplay didn't come along as much as we'd expected.
But the budding relationship between Activision and Neversoft would lead to one of the most profitable franchises in video game history. By 1996, Activision has grown from a small California game developer into an international video game giant.
There's only one other company that has, like we do, in excess of $700 million of revenues, and that's Electronic Arts. And that's probably the reason why you see both of us as competitors the two most consistent operators and the two most consistent in operating results of all the publishers.
In 1999, Activision acquires Neversoft, a company that leads them toward a brand name that will make them millions.
I think everybody was surprised about how successful it was. We all knew it was going to be successful, but the magnitude, it is one of the top-selling franchises ever.
We didn't think that we would hit it so right on the first try. To get the highest-rated video game in the history of the PlayStation on your first try in a new category was a surprise.
As we did concept testing, we found out that skateboarding is not about racing, it's about tricks. And so that is what started us on the track of making Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the first one, and subsequently all of them, about tricks.
I guess we really captured the entire action sports lifestyle elements and put them all together in a product with the right developer in Neversoft, the right athlete in Tony Hawk, and the right type of music, the right type of environments into something that turned into a really special game and franchise.
From the very beginning, Activision knew Tony Hawk would be bigger than life.
When we presented E3 and you get the excitement from the industry and from retailers, it was something that started gradually building but never subsided and just continued to build and build.
In June 2000, Activision releases hits such as Dark Reign 2, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, and Chicken Run Fun Pack. But it's their agreement with legend Matt Condor Hoffman that has fans really psyched.
We actually knew it was going to be a great game. The gameplay behind BMX is a lot of fun. At this point, it's the #5 PlayStation game since it's been released, so we're very happy with its success.
Incoming torpedo.
And the hits keep coming. Activision releases Star Trek Invasion in September 2000, the first game that fans feel truly captures the magic of Star Trek.
What we've been able to do with the Star Trek license is to essentially return it to two things. Both true to the brand, so that it's not outside the realm of what people believe Star Trek is and should be, and importantly, to improve the game quality.
One of the things about Invasion is that it was a console game. Most of the Star Trek games are PC games. I think console games are a little bit quicker, a little more action-oriented.
By late 2000, Pro Skater 2 is #1 on the U.S. retail charts.
Sure. Well, I mean, Tony Hawk has had all the attention because really, I mean, we've launched Tony Hawk 3 different versions now and across multiple platforms, but we're in the process of launching all of our action sports. They're under an umbrella brand called
Activision O2.
And it's our extreme sports brand.
Other extremely popular athletes soon joined the Activision O2 bandwagon, like Sean Murray and Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer. Kelly Slater is probably the most recognized name in surfing, and we'll be launching a game with Kelly Slater this summer. Sean Murray on wakeboarding will also be coming out. Wakeboarding's less known than a lot of the sports, but it's a lot of fun.
Now that we have the scoop on the athletes, what's the scoop on the consoles?
As a third-party publisher, Activision hopes all the first parties succeed because the more hardware that's out there, the more software will sell. So we're excited to see someone with the strength of Microsoft and the resources of Microsoft enter this industry. PlayStation 2 has still sold more game units this holiday season than anybody else has, so they're certainly a factor that no one can forget about. Sony has established a wonderful franchise in PlayStation, and the PS2 is a great machine and has arguably some of the best games, certainly the most games out there right now.
Activision is one of the most highly regarded game companies in the world. They've created video games that have changed the industry and managed to prevail over every circumstance. And they have no plans of slowing down.
we just know we have to take it to the next level.
What do we got?
But it's no harder to do that in the future than it was in the past. You're always trying to push the envelope of game playing. You're trying to have the latest and greatest visual technology and sound technology, and at the same time you want to be innovative and fresh and give something new to people, because they don't want to play the same thing over and over again. All right, I gotta go back to work. Not easy, but a lot of fun.
Well, actually, the industry is poised right now to take off and grow significantly over the next couple of years with the introduction of the new hardware. And we have several things sort of up our sleeves. We've got expansion of our current franchises led by action sports. Where we'll be launching titles in all of our action sports franchises in the upcoming year.
Today, being over $700 million in revenues, we have the luxury of enough product flow, enough of a revenue base, enough of diversity of businesses that we can afford today to look at every one of our products individually and say, these products need to be the highest rated products in the market. And we won't put a product out into the marketplace unless we feel that it will accomplish that objective.
You're going to have to stay tuned for some of the things that we've got cooking here.
Just send it over. That's fine.
First, and then you come with me. Can you go there first?
Say that again. I didn't hear it. Right. We were supposed to be here yesterday.
Hello, I'm Gerard the Completionist, and I'll be your guide on today's X-Play Direct. We have many exciting announcements to share with you, none of which are real, and all of which are very stupid. But before we get to that, I'd like to introduce to you a friend of mine. Kirby? Hi! You certainly said a mouthful mode. Let's see what the Black Hokage has for the audience.
Everyone loves remasters of beloved classics like Xenoblade Chronicles and Link's Awakening. Which is why X-Play is proud to announce a new wave of remasters that we wish existed so that we could review them, like Zelda's CDI Collection Remaster. You forgot about this, didn't you? Or Superman 64. Still better than the new Superman game because there isn't one. Or how about Animal Crossing Amiibo Fire Festival? Your me's gonna love that cheese sandwich they paid 5,000 bells for, huh? Or how about Wii Music E3 2008 demo? It's only 3 minutes long, but it feels like a lifetime. Or how about WarioWare Snapped Again? The camera's better this time, but it still can't see black people. And Star Tropics. There's no joke here. We just really want to see a Star Tropics get a modern revival. No cap. Gerard?
So Kirby, how do you think it's going so far?
Hi.
Ouch. I appreciate your honesty, Kirby. I wonder what Frost cast for us.
This is what everyone is waiting for. Mario Kart 9. T9 new levels for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Double dash your way to Luigi's Landfill, Waluigi's Walmart parking lot, Yoshi's Canadian trucking protest, Princess Peach's Saudi Arabian sunshine. She's only allowed to be a passenger in this one, plus 95 other tracks. It's over 800 hours of content, which I think we all agree Gerard should complete.
I'd love to. I can't wait. Now, let's see what our special guest co-host has for us today. Rainessa, take it away.
Nintendo Switch Sports has an entire community-centered worth of new physical activities we think would be funny to add. Like cup stacking, shuffleboard, competitive vacuuming, competitive hot dog eating, regular hot dog eating, soccer. Now for a demo. And by popular demand, we're also adding darts. So fun!
That's our presentation. Thank you so much. Oh my God, you killed Kirby! Why? What's wrong with you? He was my friend, Kirby.
Racing to answer your tech questions.
Coming up on the next Screensavers, I will solve a computer problem.
And I will put the...
I will help someone live a more digital life.
And I will try to read the script without cracking up.
My name is Leo, and I'm a screensaver. We don't know you, but we want to fix your computer. Let us help.
The Screensavers, tonight at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, only on Tech TV.
Yay!
Hey, God!
Wow.
It's so good to be here.
It's so good to be here.
I love seeing your face is shinier today, right? Did you get a polish?
Oh, I sure did. Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
could bathe in some extra photons or stroll by a black hole or something like that and get some of the rust pulled off of your face?
No, I don't have a real face, first of all. But I just had some CGI work done, you see, underneath the eyes. No more bags. I'm not so sleepy anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking good, looking fresh, looking like you just birthed yourself.
Oh, well, thank you.
Because that's what did you create yourself? I don't want to go off on a whole tangent, but I have been wondering, did you create yourself?
Yeah. I mean, sadly, I'm the only one that's up here. Well, not up here, everywhere. Up and down as relatives. I'm the only one that's in and around the universe, you know.
Gosh, it must be such a lonely existence.
I mean, are you kidding?
Sorry
I'm surrounded by everything all the time. You know the one thing I don't get? Alone time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie Up in the Air?
Yeah, I've seen every movie.
It's a great line by George Clooney. He's walking through the airport, and someone's talking to him on the phone, and they accuse him of being lonely, and he says, "What are you talking about? I'm surrounded."
Yeah,
and he is surrounded technically, but intimately, he was lonely. And I wonder if you struggle with the same sort of thing. Do you have intimacy problems?
Do I have intimacy problems?
As a all-knowing creator?
Do you mean, like, do I have trouble connecting with other people or things or creatures?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'll tell you that I don't necessarily have anyone that I can super relate to. There's not another me around.
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
I try.
I mean, I guess I could, in the next version of the universe, make a bunch of other gods creating universes.
Seems like a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that much work.
When you created yourself, I mean, was it kind of... I'm struggling with the physics of it, because you had to create yourself and then create the universe. So did you start from a quantum fluctuation, or did you cause a quantum fluctuation?
Well, I'm going to tell you this crazy thing.
Okay.
You said I had to create myself and then create the universe?
That's what I would, figure.
Hey, buddy, you ready for this?
Yeah, bring it.
I am the universe.
Dude.
Yeah.
Bro!
I'm the universe, baby.
Can you make this wine?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I mean,
I guess later.
You could
We'll
also
do it
make
later.
it wine too by adding grapes and putting it in a barrel and leaving it for a long period of time.
Suppose I could.
Are you talking about magic and miracles?
Yeah, I was thinking of, you remember in the Bible, I know you don't endorse it.
I don't.
But in Jesus makes water wine. He just turns it into.
Yeah, and Harry Potter has an elk that follows him around, and
so you're saying Jesus and Harry Potter are similar.
Well, I mean, listen, I've made science. I clearly don't subscribe to witchcraft. You haven't seen it happen, have you?
Well, I do wonder if witchcraft magic is just undiscovered science.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of things that you human beings haven't figured out about the universe yet. I mean, it took you 100 years just to accept, that the Earth moved around the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really wanted to. We dug our heels in on that one. We were like, no, it's Earth-centric.
You did not want to not be the center of the universe.
We did not. And Copernicus can just go suck an egg.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Not much has changed.
We've got some backwards ideas nowadays. I feel like we're making progress, but sometimes we go through, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4 years of going backwards or so. And
yeah, you got your ups and downs.
Yeah, do our best.
Why don't you tell everybody here what we're in for today?
We've got
Speaking
something
of intimacy and that you were talking about.
You and I, we are. How do I say it? I don't know. There's a little bit of tentative, chemistry between us. Something unspoken. We haven't seen each other in a while. Would you call us estranged?
Yeah. It's been a couple years since we had a show together. I mean, I see you all the time, but we don't talk nearly as much as intimately as we used to.
Honestly, God, that's on me.
Don't talk nearly as much as intimately
and
as we used to.
Honestly, God, that's on me. Because just like you said, you see me all the time. You see me shower. You know that I like to turn away from the water and not turn towards the water.
It feels nice on your neck.
Neck and back.
Oh.
I'm a neck and back boy.
Sure.
I'm a boy for a neck and back. So you know everything about me, and I know almost nothing about you, or anything I did know I've forgotten, because I have somewhat pulled away in the past few years. I thought that with everything going on in the world, maybe you weren't there, and honestly, and I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Well, so you introduced me to this thing that's been going on, the internet. It's been going around the internet for a while.
It's a big deal.
It's a thing that I'm sure a bunch of you out there have seen pop up every few years. So maybe you've seen it. 36 questions to fall in love.
No.
So there's some science behind this, God.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Can asking a set of questions really help two people fall in love?
Yes.
So there's a science to it. It's kind of an equation.
Well, it's a way for you to increase connection by being vulnerable, increasing familiarity with each other, engaging in a trust dance exercise, if you will.
Sure, a little tango of the heart.
Yeah, a little tango of the heart, a little tango of trust, if you will.
Well, I'm so glad that you brought this to my attention, because the premise behind this 36 questions that you asked to fall in love, right? It was a study. It was a series of questions based on a heavily vetted psychological research conducted by Arthur and Elaine Aaron. Thank you, Arthur and Elaine, in the 90s. It's centered around how intimacy forms. Okay, so it was previously popularized, made known again in a 2015 essay by Mandy Lin for the New York Times.
Yeah, she had a great essay.
Once again proving that the Len is mightier than the sword.
Okay.
She took the questions. She gave them to an acquaintance who she later married.
Yeah, that was
Okay?
a fun journey.
So it worked. She asked this person 36 questions to make fall in love, and they wound up getting married, right? The 36 questions have been recently circulating around the internet once again, and we are here to see if God and I can fall back in love.
Oh, and this is for all of you out there. I was there during the 90s when this study was being done, and I was there when it brought it back in the 2015s, and obviously I'm here right now. These are just the 36 questions that help you kind of get rid of those walls that hold people back from getting to know each other. And we're not going to do all 36. There's some repeats, and there's some psychology to why those pieces repeat. But we're going to go through as many of them today. Write them down if you want. Next time you go on a date, you can bring these with you, because that's what people are doing a lot now. They're just literally printing these questions up and bringing them on first dates.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad idea. It's fine.
I would say I would much rather have a sheet of questions in my hand than, I don't know, my phone or something like that.
Well, sure.
Keep the phone off the table.
I also think you don't have to grill each other on the first date. But it'd
be pretty funny,
but
though.
it is good to put the effort in. So I'm not gonna knock people who are using tools to help them.
Well, I want to provide you with a clean slate, sort of a control group on my side of the screen here, because I am coming into this with a cold heart. All right, I don't fancy being vulnerable, not in front of all of these new subscribers.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that. That's scary. Being vulnerable is scary.
Well,
being
I don't
emotionally
mind
open
being
is very
vulnerable
scary.
with all of you because I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
So you
I
got
don't
your
know
work.
why I get so much joy in that.
I'm just saying you've got your work cut out for you, because I am not ready to open up, and I want to see if these 36 questions really work.
All right. Well, let's dive into it. First question on the box. This is for you, Zach. I'm going to ask you, and then you can ask me. Going back and forth. And again, you at home, write them down, ask them to your partner, ask them to your friends. Here we go. Given the choice of anyone in the world, whom would you want as a dinner guest?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, you love that guy.
I love that
Go
guy.
into it.
I'm an actor.
Hmm.
It's one of the ways in which I identify myself, but I'm trying to not singularly identify myself as one thing. Multifaceted God. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. Daniel Day-Lewis has always been my acting idol. I love him. And his method is so mysterious because he never talks about it. And I am just so curious about what tangible steps he takes when he gets a script in his hand and he's like, okay, I'm doing a part. What does he do? I just want to pin him down and try and figure out what he does.
Now, I got to give you the real, the intimate question that goes around this.
Okay.
You got him, you're grilling him about his acting methods. What do you serve him for dinner?
Well, I would.
Did you Grubhub? Did you order out?
Of course,
or did
no.
you make it?
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Okay, so there's a couple things I can do. I would probably do. It's an old standby of mine. I would probably do polenta, sliced, or yeah, I would say sliced, or maybe I would do a slurry kind of. I like soft polenta where you grate the cheese into it. You do it with a bolognese. I would throw in some mushrooms too, and it'd be a subtle nod to Phantom Thread. And then I would probably.
You should make all Daniel Day-Lewis inspired foods and see if he picks up on it.
End with a milkshake.
Yeah. That's great.
In reality, I'd probably make my famous apple crisp.
Oh, so he can go, I love your apple crisp.
It's exactly what he would say.
I eat it up.
Okay. So who would you invite to dinner?
All right, I'm gonna go with my immediate answer, and it's a grilling similar to yours, but from a completely different place. I would invite Donald Trump to dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Man, he really Because I've talked about this before. I can't read people's minds. I really want to know which thing he believes and which thing he doesn't. Like, I want to sit down with him, because I've been in a room where he said different things, but then I've also been in a room where he goes, no, I totally won the election. And in another room he goes, no, I know I didn't win it. And I want to be like, all right, D Trumps, it's just you and me, no cameras. I was there, What are you really that crazy? I just that's all I want.
Could you imagine an introspective Donald Trump?
I
really get him there.
I've seen it happen, and I think there's a lot of things that human beings go through where you sort of you've bitten off more you can chew, and so you end up maintaining an appearance. And then once you've started doing that, I can't tell anymore whether or not you believe the thing or not.
Yeah.
And then as for food, I would want to do everything in buckets.
Great.
I think like no silverware, because there's going to be something about like you got to maintain your dignity while you're shoveling mashed potatoes with your hand into your mouth from a bucket.
Do you think that would break down some sort of social barrier?
Well, yeah, I do. I think
I've
seen people at medieval times have a totally different persona than if they're eating at a nice restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that I would think would just drop all pretense.
Yeah.
I'm an animal. I'm confronted with God.
You're watching people in their most vulnerable form. Let's say you wanted to eat some corn that was in a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
You scoop your hand down into it, and then you're just sort of dropping kernels at a time into your mouth. Some of them are falling off to the side.
Mm-hmm. You're
getting it on your shirt. You're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, God, I don't care. Yeah.
I would say don't even sit at a table. Just sit on the floor.
Sit on the floor, Indian style, surrounded by buckets of sides.
Right.
There is no meat. Just a bunch of different side dishes from Delhi.
Just sides, just potatoes, greens, corn.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, let's do the next one.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, Zach. Now we know you're an actor.
Oh, God.
Would you like to be famous? And in what way? I think that's important to answer that part.
You know what? I would.
And in what way?
I would like to be I think the coolest way to be famous is to be the kind of famous where not everyone knows who you are. They can kind of place you.
Okay.
And then the people who know who you are like, dude, you are Bill Camp. You are in The Night Of, and you were awesome. Or you are Bill Camp. You were on Broadway. I caught you on Broadway in this blah, blah, blah.
You want to be indie famous.
Come on, it's the best.
You want to be...
It's the best way.
Oh, you're not going to believe the band that I've got on my iPod.
You can still go out to
dinner.
dinner?
No one's ever heard of this. They're the best, most unrecognized band in the whole world.
You can be perennially underrated. You can be underrated for the rest of your life, and there's no more powerful place to be.
Yeah, you're just forever misunderstood by the
you
public.
Are constantly cool.
Except for the people that finally got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
right.
Good. Yeah.
So I think that would be I would like to be that way.
I subscribe to that.
But there's like a tipping point, right? You can get too famous and then just everything sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This almost seems like a pointless question to ask you.
Would I like to be famous?
Yeah. Would you like to be famous, God?
All right. I'm going to answer your question. Would I like to be famous? Well, obviously, I'm already pretty famous. But the way that I would like to be...
You don't have to brag.
I'm the most famous thing in all of existence. Hey.
This guy.
But, the thing that I would love is maybe fame in an accurate way.
in an accurate way.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I have no idea what you
Well,
mean.
I mean, everyone's got their own interpretation of the things I do and how I do those things. And, you know, they look around at the world and up is down and black is white and, you know, the earth is flat and, you know, the moon is filled with lizards and, you know, all kinds of weird things. I would love if just the majority of my fame was anything close to just being accurate.
Well represented.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can we? You have any insight how we can do that? How we can accurately represent God?
No, because there's always going to be everyone's interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll also say that people's interpretation is kind of what makes things hilarious for me. That's probably 90% of my entertainment is watching how things go wrong.
Watching how wrong.
Yeah.
You're like the royal family watching The Crown. You're just like, except you're not pissed about it. You're just delighted.
No, I let go of being angry about humanity like back in, I don't know, 200 BC.
Oh yeah, you had to really give yourself a mental health break.
I've seen a lot of things before then. So, all right, here we go.
Next question.
Zach, before making a telephone call, do you ever rephrase what you're going to say, and why?
I mean, that's how my brain operates. I'm completely self-editing. Absolutely. Except for like right now. Right now is one of the rare occasions where just whatever's coming out is going to come out.
Because we're engaging in intimacy.
Exactly. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah.
And in that respect, it's nice to be open and vulnerable and, you know, listening to the person you're having.
Well, you know what?
But to answer your question, constantly, yes.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, what's up?
Also constantly.
Oh, really? You self-edit?
Yes.
What do you have to be afraid of?
Oh my God.
How things are going to be taken.
Say that again.
So you are afraid of how things are going to be taken?
Yeah, I'm constantly misinterpreted. I say one thing that I think is so clear, and everyone takes that one thing 100 different ways. And every time I try to talk to somebody, I try to find a new, better way to phrase it. It doesn't matter.
No. That must be so maddening for
I mean, I'm really thinking hard about every single one of these answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you and me.
So, yeah, we just kind of answered the question, both of us.
We self-edit.
But I think that there's something healthy about that. I think that there's something healthy about choosing your spots to deliberately put forward what you mean. Say what you mean.
Well, I mean, listen, editing isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
People don't always produce the first draft of their novel or script. You know, there's the rough idea, and then you tune that into a finely well-oiled machine.
You know, I think it would be fun for like a year, right? If there was a rule, let's say the Writers Guild in Hollywood
said no second drafts.
No second drafts. First drafts only.
That'd be
Everything
interesting.
is a first draft. Like every book that gets published that year, it'd be like the in your heart year. What's in your heart, get it out.
You know what? Like I'll do the same thing.
The spew year.
2023. I'll create a bunch of stuff first try.
Oh shit! So we're gonna...
no experimentation.
Uh-huh.
I'll just release the betas as fully realized things.
It is suggestions like this. That is why we have the duck-billed platypus.
Yeah. I love that guy. Didn't last long.
He's great. Didn't last long. He's hanging around. Hanging by a thread. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Don't take him away. I like him.
Sorry.
Next question.
All right. If you could live to the age of 90, which you can, and retain either the mind or body of a 30-year-old for the last 60 years of your life, which would you want?
A body.
Oh, okay, go on.
I've had the mind of a 30-year-old for the first 30 years of my life.
You have acted like an old man for most of your life, you're right.
It's too much.
I think you have the mind of a 60-year-old starting at age 12.
Thank you.
Yeah. You could
Uh,
have let go of some of that burden.
When I had my first panic attack when I was 12.
Yeah.
and I squeezed myself between the bed and the wall. That was
So
a
you're
real
like,
thing.
I've already got the mind of a 60-year-old.
I'm good. I'm good, God.
I got to keep the 30-year-old body.
Keep the 30-year-old sweet, sweet, rippling body.
Mm.
Give me that ability. Give me that lubricated joints.
Yeah.
Because I want to be young, dumb, and full of cum when I'm 90.
You've never.
What? What? How dumb would I be if I kept the 30-year-old body and didn't have the 30-year-old brain?
Well, your brain would just keep deteriorating.
Okay, so I'd be okay. Well,
I mean, you'd have experience and wisdom from that, but
I see.
You start
I think I
losing
misunderstood the question. I thought you had to trade one so you keep that sweet nubile body.
Yeah, you keep the sweet nubile body,
Which
and then
can
you
cover
have
the
them,
tennis court in 1.5.
But then you have them. Imagine this. Let's look at this, because we're talking up until you're age 90. Okay.
Yeah, bring it.
Imagine being 88 years old mentally in the body you have now.
I mean, it seems almost no different from my normal day-to-day life.
Sure. But you'd be explaining to all kinds of people when you're walking around forgetting everything, right? You've got severe dementia, because I'm just going to give you that.
Right.
Yeah. You're having trouble using your 30-year-old body because your brain has deteriorated a little bit.
The synapses are
You're sitting at a
all
table
weirdly.
full of attracted people saying, "Oh, look at that handsome guy who's struggling to eat his applesauce." Just spilling out the side of your mouth.
And then that entire
I
table...
don't know why I think this experiment is so funny. I'm sorry.
We should do it.
I
It's-
don't
think
like laughing
this
at
would be
human
fun.
people suffering, but I love these thought experiments.
I think...
What?
I think if I was, failing with my applesauce and I was having trouble, first of all, I don't need applesauce. I'd still have my teeth. I could eat solid foods.
Sure.
I could eat your bucket with Donald Trump.
Yeah, but you know how complicated that's going to be?
Pretty complicated,
Yeah.
pretty funny. I would, I'd make a show out of it. Also, I'd use it to flirt. I think that in the same way that you walk around with a puppy in order to get chicks,
You're going to walk around semi-mentally handicapped?
I'm going to walk around with a colostomy bag that I am not using. I'm going to walk around with a bowl of pudding that I am using.
Okay.
And people are going to come up and say, number one, bless your heart.
Yeah.
Number two, oh, bless your heart. Are you okay? Can I help you? What can I hold? You know what the answer is.
And then they're going to be so turned on by watching you in this moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'll tell you my answer to this question, we're talking beginning of time level stuff. So I'm going to keep my brain. You don't want 30 years in almighty creator making decisions now.
30 years in, your body must have been so hot. And I mean not sexy.
No, you're talking
about literally temperature-wise.
Center of the universe. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Universe was expanding at that point.
The cosmic microwave background, the where it stops is 300,000 years. We can't see beyond that.
So I'm going to definitely say I got to keep my mental capacity going on. You don't want 30-year-old brain me. That creature was very much on cruise control. I didn't have much to do. I was just like, ooh, rocks.
You were just firing off creations.
Just firing off.
You didn't know
gas
what
and
you were
light.
doing.
I was more tripping out. Man, I was just looking at things expand, and I was like, wow.
Yo, you hadn't even created space yet.
I was in the middle of making space.
You were making space in which to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that person running the ship.
Really quick, what's outside of space?
Huh?
What's outside of space?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay. Answer that one really quick.
Next question.
All right, here we go. Do you have a secret hunch about how you will die?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, lay it on us.
I feel like something's going to happen with my heart. I think my heart's going to explode. Why? I don't know. It's just I'm stressed out, I drink a lot of coffee.
You think overthinking
Mhm.
and caffeine are gonna make your heart stop?
Yeah, and probably like feeling too much.
Mm.
You know, I think it's gonna be a confluence. I'll probably be like 46, and I will.
It's a strong hunch.
Yeah, I'll be like fostering a kitten, and then I'll listen to a Saves the Day song at the same time that I'm having my morning coffee, which is like, it's just like black hole strong.
Wow.
Uh-huh. So that's probably when it's going to happen. I think it's going to be the ticker.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
no, that's a good answer.
I don't want it to be morbid, but I'm telling the truth.
Hey, it's a very accurate hunch.
Okay. Do you have? Are you planning to die?
I mean, I know
or-
exactly. I have the strongest hunch in the world of when I'm going to die.
Yeah, what is it?
It's going to be when the universe ends. Yeah. Everything's going to contract in and out of itself. All the mass that has existed in creation will come back to the center point, and the light will go out.
Big crunch, I think is what scientists.
The big crunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I always wondered if the universe was going to keep expanding or if it was going to crunch back in.
No, because everything exists in balance.
Oh,
It's been expanding and has slowly started contracting.
Is that going to be fun? Actually,
Is it going to be fun?
well, are you going to get
find fun?
Is time going to start running backwards when we get to ultimate expansion and then run backwards? You'll see. We'll do this entire conversation backwards, and then you will, in fact, get your 30-year-old body back.
No, we talked about this the last episode. Time keeps moving forward in one direction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I just forget that.
There's no rewind button.
It's a circular thing.
That would be unnecessary.
Yeah, I forgot.
Why even make that? All right, here we go. Name 3 things you and your partner, I'm assuming that's you and me in this situation, appear to have in common. All right, this is a great question, Zach.
What do we have in common?
What do we have in common? You got to go first, though.
We both exist. What?
Okay, that's one. No, that's good.
What's so funny?
I'll take it.
We exist.
I
Name the
just
thing
think
that we have in common.
It's low-hanging fruit, but
Not
yes.
everything exists. Ideas don't exist, right?
Yes, they do.
Oh, it's like a platonic. Maybe it exists, but not until it's made in the real world, right?
Are you saying that ideas don't have any power to them?
I'm saying that they don't have any mass to them.
Oh, and mass means something exists?
Mass means energy.
No.
Then what are you? Aren't you?
Mass,
Don't you have mass?
I'm energy. I don't have mass.
Yeah, but energy is converted into mass. I'm just saying
can be,
ideas have
yeah.
neither mass nor energy.
Well, if it was already mass, why would it be converted?
What? What does that mean? Are you gaslighting me?
I'm not. I'm just repeating the things that you say.
You're right.
Mass does contain energy, yeah.
All right. Second thing.
Doesn't necessarily mean energy has mass.
The second thing is that I think that you and I both enjoy, or I think that you and I both have hope for humanity. Is that wrong? Do you not have hope for humanity?
Hope for what? You gotta get more specific. Just like a general that humanity is going to do well?
That's a good question. That's a great question. Hope that humanity will not annihilate itself.
Are you saying, based off what you've seen, that you don't think humanity will continue to shoot itself in the foot all the way up until the end?
It's not that I don't think that's going to happen. It's that I hope it doesn't happen. And that's what I think that you and I share is like a hope.
So you're saying you hope that humanity does this, not you have hope that humanity will do this.
I don't want humanity to shoot itself in the foot
Well,
constantly.
that's a different thing. Hoping that something does happen, or that it will happen are two different things.
Yeah. Right. I have hope that humanity will figure itself out.
You want humanity to figure itself out.
Yes, I want it to succeed.
But do you have hope that they will do it?
Yes, I have hope that they will do it. Do I have confidence that they will do it? Not necessarily. I feel like that's a different thing.
Well, we have that in common. I don't have confidence that they'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
One other thing. I have to name 3 things that me and you have in common.
We exist. We have confidence that humanity will not turn itself around.
Yeah. Okay. So we both have that.
Yeah.
It's more pessimistic than I was going for, but
yeah.
And gosh, I mean,
Don't
I think
you
you and I are both
on this podcast.
No. I think you and I are both cerebral.
That's fair.
You do a lot of thinking. I do a lot of thinking.
Sure, yeah.
I think a better word than cerebral. I think you and I are both curious.
Yes, that's a good one.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to say 3 things.
All right.
I think we both practice gratitude.
Yeah.
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 Actually,
can I say something about that?
Yeah.
There's a documentary on Netflix called Stutz.
Mm-hmm.
It is Jonah Hill interviewing his therapist,
and
he has this awesome exercise for gratitude. Can I just say it here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that you should go watch Stutz. It's really cool. I know you've seen it.
I was there when they were filming it.
Anybody in the chat? I mean, Stutz is really nice, and there's this cool exercise where he's just like, he has Jonah Hill close his eyes and then say 4 things that he's grateful for. I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful for this. And then stop talking. Continue to list in your mind things that you're grateful for. And then it becomes faster and faster as you think of more things that you're grateful for. And then you just slowly stop like listing things, and it just becomes a feeling of gratitude. It's just like this upward feeling of gratitude blooming out of your own mind.
I back that up.
Yeah. And, okay, 2 more things.
No, I said, did I say some?
I thought our first thing that you and I are in common is we're both grateful.
We're both grateful for things. We're both creators.
Yep.
Yeah. You make stuff. I make stuff. And, we are both vulnerably willing to change.
Aw. That's sweet. I think that's true, yeah.
Yeah. I'm down to change. I'm open. I'm always changing things.
I don't need you to change.
No, I mean,
I don't necessarily want you to change.
Why not?
I like you the way you are.
Nothing is perfect.
Is anything permanent?
Change.
I knew it.
It's true.
I walked right into that one.
Yeah, the only thing constant is change.
Classic God.
That's the real answer.
Great. Sorry. Why do I even bother asking that? Yeah, I'm like Charlie Brown, and that is the football.
Zing! Okay. If you could change anything about the way you were raised, what would it be?
Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Now we're getting intimate and personal. Yeah. This is phase 2, where you start shedding those walls.
If I could change any way about the way I was raised, I think that I would have been... I think my parents should have been more strict with me.
Oh, you don't hear that a lot.
Yeah. I think that I kind of weaseled my way out of a lot of responsibility when I was a kid. And I was a little entitled. I don't like looking back at myself at that time. And I was a pretty cool kid. I think I was fun. I was good to hang out with. I was like nice and charitable and had big heart and everything. And I was pretty smart, pretty funny, pretty class clowny.
Yeah.
But there were times that I was just like spoiled. And I think...
You don't like that, Zach.
I don't like that, Zach. And that Zach is not me, but sometimes it is, and it has been. And I think I could have done well with some, just some more strictness.
You think your parents being more firm with you and limiting your behavior would have fixed this entitled thing?
Maybe. But I think there would have also been some side effects. And the side effects I'd be going for were a little bit more rebelliousness out of me as well. Because my rebellious streak started in freaking college. And that's not a great... I mean, it's okay in college.
I mean, that happens to a lot of people.
When you get out into the real world, it's not the best thing to be a rebel. I think that's more maybe you want to be a teenager and be rebellious type of thing. But I think what it comes down to is I would have liked to have gotten into a little bit more trouble when I was a kid.
Ah.
And I think that because I was raised in such a loving environment.
Boo, loving environment. You hear that? All you parents
Get
out there?
out of here with your loving environment.
Down with love.
One too many hugs, if you ask me. The boy's soft.
Yeah. And you started to expect love as a person.
Give me love.
Boo.
I earned it. I want it. You promised me.
And then you felt like it was owed to you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it didn't become special. And now, ironically, I'm just like chasing anybody's love and approval.
Oh.
I don't know where this is coming from.
This is it. See, this is what the questions do to you. They unlock all those vulnerable insides.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm going to give my version of this question.
Yeah, the way you were raised.
I wish I was raised.
Huh.
You know, it would have been really wonderful if there was a creator before me who had learned a lot of lessons and then gave me the sort of shortcut version so I didn't have to discover everything on my own.
You literally have made every mistake.
I've made them all. Yeah, I mean, I continue to make mistakes all the time. You know, I make my creations, I watch them go out in there, and then I see if they do well or not, and, you know, a lot of times they don't do well. It's a real bummer.
Are there any creations where you were just like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I think we've talked about this a while ago, but I have real doubts around my judgment when I made the saber-toothed tiger.
Uh-huh.
You know? I was like, I'm going to make him scary.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him 2 big fangs out of his mouth. And that poor saber-toothed tiger had a real hard time eating. And it just didn't last for very long.
Fangs were just too big.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were entertaining.
And beautiful creature. Should have had a longer lifespan.
Yeah.
And I got to own that.
Yeah, I'm bummed about that one.
I'm bummed about it too, you know.
Looked great.
I've seen some mistakes of mine go real sour, it's real sad.
Interesting question from Napoleon Blown Apart in the chat over here. Have you raised anybody yourself? It might change your perspective about how you were raised. Have you been a single parent to anybody?
Yeah, well, back when I kept creation small, I was trying to intervene a lot. Saw that doesn't work.
Ancient Aliens, a few of those you were a single parent to.
I like earlier versions of creatures.
Okay, so more...
And then eventually...
It
just made things worse. On my side, but that's different than having a creator talk to you is very different than having a parent. A parent is also just another human being that you're on the same page going through the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's a big revelation when human beings reach the point where they realize that their parents are also people. You go through your younger phase being like, oh, my parents are kind of like gods. They're infallible. They know the right and wrong things to do. And they don't. And I think you have a big mental shift when you realize that they were also just humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of
that
you
couldn't happen
dies.
for me.
Yeah, part of your hero worship, a part of you kind of dies when that happens.
Yeah.
For anybody in the chat, God said the word revelation, so drink. Make that a rule every time he says a book in the Bible.
Revelation. All right. If you could wake up tomorrow having gained any one quality or ability, what would it be?
Sign language.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's very inclusive.
Yeah, I would love to speak sign language. I think it's beautiful. And I spend a lot of time with earbuds in, and I'm not totally convinced that they're safe.
Okay.
I mean, I've spent years wearing earbuds, and I think my hearing might go pretty early. So I'd like to be prepared with sign language.
Because you're smacking your eardrums with waves.
Yeah, just smacking my eardrums with Ringer podcasts and I don't know, Red Letter Media.
Yeah.
Still good to be number one.
For me,
One of
I got
one.
a good answer for this. I would love the ability to go on vacation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
So no place is special for you.
Well, it's not that no place is special. You know, I would like to, if it was possible, which I've constructed the universe, so I know what is and is not possible.
Okay.
I would love to take a time out where I can pull my energy out of everything, again, which is not possible, go somewhere by myself, or even just kind of, you know, put it all in one place. I'm not experiencing anything other than the one thing that's right in front of me.
Yeah.
I would love that ability.
So there is no way that you can pull all of your energy out of the universe temporarily, just freeze it.
Because the universe would end.
Would it end, or could you just pop outside of it for a bit and go to
Well, I would
somewhere
love to
else?
pop outside of it. I am the universe, and so I can't, you know. I can't press the pause button.
Right. I always forget that.
And let me tell you,
technically are the
anybody
universe.
that's out there, you human beings experience a very similar version of what I'm about to say.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of times where your life is very busy and there's a lot going on, and you don't have the time to process it. You know,
Totally.
You're just in response mode.
Yeah.
I would love more than anything take a couple centuries and think about what the hell I just did.
Wowzer.
You know what I mean?
You right now, you are just constantly reactive.
I'm just reacting.
So you don't even get
I
to
make
self
new stuff. No.
You don't
No.
get to have any introspection at all.
Nope.
Huh.
There's no way that my eyes are not open looking at the thing 24/7, 7 days a week.
And where they're not looking is inside yourself.
Yeah. I would love a vacation and some introspection time.
Yeah.
Couple centuries. I'd be back. You know, we'd pause and then continue, but I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So that's the thing you learned about God. I need a vacation. Okay. All right. If a crystal ball could tell you the truth about yourself, your life, the future, or anything else, what would you want to know? The ultimate answer to any question.
If a crystal ball could tell me the truth about myself, my life, my future, or anything else, what would I want to know? This is hard. This is weirdly hard. Do you want to go? I don't have an answer for this right off the top of my head.
Ugh.
You okay?
Sorry, I'm dying.
You-
That's
are
not
you-
true. That was just a temporary scare.
You literally disappeared for a second, or at
sorry.
least your image disappeared.
What would I want to know? I'll bring the question back up for everybody so you guys can see it. If a crystal ball, truth about myself, life, the future, or anything else, what would I want to know? I want to know if there will ever be a time that every human on the planet will accept that the earth is not flat.
This again.
I just want to know.
Okay.
Every century I start to think that it's going to happen, and it just doesn't. I for you human beings, I want to see that happen before you stop existing.
So you're once again worried about flat earthers.
I'm so frustrated with flat earthers.
I have to say that the more you push on this, the more it seems like maybe there's something to the flat earth thing.
Okay.
I'm just saying you are very... Milady doth protest too much.
I'm skipping your question.
No, I didn't want to... I wanted to answer.
You don't get to know anything. Moving on. That's what you get.
This is what you get for not self-introspecting.
I told you I could use it. I've got issues. Yeah. Is there something that you've dreamed of doing for a long time? And why haven't you done it?
Something that I've dreamed of doing for a long time. Boy, I'd really like to go to Denmark and Norway and Sweden. And Finland, too.
Okay.
Actually. All the Scandinavian countries. Let's just say that's what they are. Why haven't I done it? Time and money, baby.
Yeah.
Time and money. It's as simple as that. It's not a philosophical reason.
All right.
I'm sorry that it's not more interesting.
No, it's fine. It's a good answer. I've got an answer that might shock you a little bit.
Okay, bring it on.
All right.
What has God not have time to do?
The thing I've dreamed about doing for a long time, and I have not done it, is this. I have dreamed of making the perfect, infallible creation.
What's prevented you from doing that? I'm very curious.
I think every other thing on the planet will want to just kill it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. There's a thing where I would love to put something on top. Now, I know human beings, you've made several movies about this. If there was a creature that came out above you, you would kill it immediately. Okay? I would like to see, entering into the ecosystem, a creature that I'd make that does not get sick or injured, is a clear, logical thinker that lives focused only in reality, but also experiences massive amounts of emotion and beauty in the world. There's a perfect balance that they manage to maintain. And I would love to see how that creature creates a massive ripple effects amongst all other creations. Because every creature I've made has existed in balance because there are flaws.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they exist in balance purely internally.
Okay. You don't have any faith that we might just study it?
No.
What if we did?
You would get really upset. Yeah, you would.
I think that there are scientists out there.
Especially in America. You don't like being number 2, even though you're universally number 40th somewhere.
Well,
on
let's leave that up to the World Cup to decide.
Sure.
Or still going to be number 40.
I think that'd be pretty cool to make a perfect creation.
I think it would too. A thing about what you said interested me, which is that you consider emotion in balance to be perfection. I thought emotion would have been one of the flaws.
No. Life is all about emotion and feeling stuff. And yeah.
But yeah, I guess
it's not. There would be no point to it to just make a creature that existed and just ate food and then drank water and stayed alive.
See, to me, that would be a perfect creature because that creature wouldn't be swayed emotionally by anything.
It would be a creature that solely just existed, but that would be a rock, you know?
Not if it was alive.
I could also make it so it doesn't have to eat or do anything, and it would just stand there. The emotion are the things that drive you to do stuff.
Okay, so you want to create a creature
that also creates.
Okay, so there's a lot of caveats to this perfect being. This perfect being has to be a creator. This perfect, like you could create a perfect rock. Why don't you just create a perfect rock? Can't you do that? We're not gonna. I'll tell you what. If you create a perfect rock, we are not gonna kill it or eat it.
You're right. A perfect sentient creature. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the sentience that bothers you the most. How about this? Next one.
All right.
Got a few more of these. What is the greatest accomplishment of your life?
Ooh, boy, howdy. The greatest accomplishment of my life. The greatest accomplishment of my life is, I think it's the amount of, not the amount, but like the family, quote unquote, of friends that I've been able to make and maintain as like a chosen family. I think we all have kind of a chosen family.
Yeah. That's nice.
And I hold mine in high regards. They're like the people I'm most interested in. I look through pictures and I'm just fascinated by old pictures of my friends. Okay. And I know that that's not that interesting to people outside of me, but for some, I'm just endlessly fascinated by these people that I've just lucked into having a relationship with.
I mean, I think that's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the love and connection from your community.
Yeah.
That's a big accomplishment.
And maybe the accomplishment part of it is the whatever it is that allows me to like build those relationships. You know, I don't know if it's something internal or I think it's just I really like these people.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's yours? Your greatest accomplishment? You have a lot to speak for. Interested to see what you choose.
I do. It's hard to put them on a scale. My favorite accomplishment. I would like to say that it is, I think, musicians.
Oh, fun.
I know that sounds like a weird thing to say. You know, one of the beautiful things that come with music is they are creating sound that reverberates through all creatures.
Yeah.
And there's something about using that sound and the beauty and the inspiration of the human spirit that can be translated and can light up so many people at the same time. You have never seen more people riding the same high connection wave than you have as a music concert.
Do you think music concerts and that connection wave that you're talking about is the closest thing to you that we can experience?
I think it's the way that you can get the most people vibrating at the same frequency in the same space. You know, that's why there's a lot of religions that work music into their worship.
Yeah.
Big part of it. Music and the dancing that comes with it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you music?
Yeah, I'm part of music, yeah.
Yeah. Did you know before musicians were created, did you know that you were music and what music was?
No.
Before it came out?
No, I didn't make music.
So you didn't even know what music was until you created musicians to make music.
I made sounds in the various frequencies, both audible to you and not audible to you.
Mostly to yourself, though. Before creation, just I am God, I'm doing stuff.
That's me, just making that sound, yeah.
Huh.
And Napoleon Bonaparte asked a great question. God, what is art?
Fantastic question.
Well, I view art as a vessel that contains an emotion.
Okay.
So that could be sound, that could be visual. So yeah.
Is that a brain?
A brain can be the same thing.
Brain's art?
Yeah, brain is my art.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. It's
just like my definition of beauty is when something achieves its essence.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So it's like, ooh, that sunrise is beautiful because that sunrise is the perfect encapsulation of a sunrise.
Has there been one sunrise that was like better?
The ultimate sunrise? The most beautiful sunrise?
There had to have been a best one.
No. I mean, for me, I'm seeing it from a lot of different angles.
Oh, sure,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, this is selfish, but
go ahead.
What should I do to achieve my essence?
Oh, it's just such a process. You know, you are achieving and not achieving your essence at various points. I mean, when are you the most Zach? It's when you're doing the thing that you're the most passionate about.
That can change.
That is you achieving his essence.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get back to, I'll kind of journal about that and see what points in my life as I'm going about my day-to-day feel like that. I guess you just know it's just a feeling, right? When you feel yourself lifted out of your own body, sort of doing what you're passionate about.
Well, I mean, I would say when you're talking about defining essence, you're talking about when you feel the most connected to both yourself and the space around you and in the moment that you're in.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep an eye out for those moments because I think that's a really important thing.
Yeah, I think you all should. Go out there and achieve your essences. First of all, thank you for tuning in to today's show while you watched us get intimate with each other. Go back and look up these questions. Search for, it's called The 36 Questions That Lead to Love. Share them with your partner, share them with your friends. It's a fun way to dive into your human psyche. So, moving forward with Why God Why, we're going to be bringing back some of our fun format, which is we invite a guest on, we talk about a really cool subject. Next week, Zach will not be here, but we are going to have a special guest on to talk about D&D. Human beings love Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to have a couple folks on talking about that, and as we move forward, we'll dive into some human subjects, some pop culture things, all that jazz.
Hey, God?
Yeah.
I would say that you play a critical role in my life.
You see what we just did there? We both did the face to camera. Okay. Just played a critical role, which is a reference to a D&D show.
Mean for it to be.
Yeah. Hey, listen, this was really, I loved getting a little intimate with you today.
I feel
like we're bonded again.
Yeah, it totally broke the ice and just now it feels like we're just picking up where we left off.
We're back on that train.
Let's do it.
We
Beep,
got
beep,
it,
baby.
We got it, baby.
Honk, honk.
All right, everybody. Thank you again for joining us, and see you next time. Bye.
Bill Scruff here, and today I'm going to show you how to properly defend yourself from an armed assailant in the back seat. Armed assailant slides in. Oh my gosh, he's got you. What do? Turn the tables. And come up from behind with their dick. Bill Scruff, tactical defense.
Greetings, and you know, if there's one thing I'm asked the most each year around Christmas time, it is whether or not my clone is still alive. Christmas! Yeah, he is. But the other thing is, will you ever run out of Christmas games to cover on LGR? And the answer is never. Or really, it depends. Yes, if we're talking about vintage, retro Christmas games that have already come out decades ago, then yeah, I'm gonna run out of those eventually. But in terms of Christmas games in general, holiday seasonal things, no. I mean, have you ever looked at a modern digital storefront? For example, let's look at Steam here. Just type in the word Christmas, and I don't know, for fun, let's sort by lowest price to get all the freebie junk, and then games only. We have 394 results, with Christmas being in the name or description somewhere. Look at all this. Most of these coming out within the last few years or still coming soon. And then you start getting into the deeply discounted or just within $1 or so, a couple dollars, a few dollars. It just keeps going. And this is just one storefront. This is not even including things like Android and iOS, iPad, iPhone, whatever. There is so much junk. And personally, I'm thrilled with the prospect. So yeah, let's check out some of this free Christmas stuff on Steam because I have it right here. I don't know, well, let's just see what we got. Well, let's just start at the start. We got Christmas Mansion here, the Match 3 thing, Christmas Tree Clicker, not even out yet. Model Railway Easily Christmas. Odd grammar and typos definitely get my attention always. Model Railway Builder Wit True 3D graphics. We're off to a great start. I mean, you know, the screenshots look nice. This does appear to be sort of a demo of this train thing that this company has going for it. Mixed reviews. This person says their 3-year-old loved it, so that's high praise. Here's a really enlightening one that just says, I hate it. And this one, not recommended. 4 hearts. I don't believe those were hearts when they entered that text. Well, I am sold. Let's get that one queued up for later. Okay, what else we got in here? Adolescent Santa Claus. I don't know, man. Nothing against visual novels, just not today. Cave Stories Secret Santa. That almost seems too good for this video. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be an official thing. You know, having a Christmas tie-in thing of a real game, so to speak, is classic Christmas game stuff. Secret Santa. What is this? Sneak around children, pets, and the elderly as you deliver Christmas joy. It's that time of year again where developers release Christmas-related games that soon destine themselves to haunt the Steam libraries of gamers annually, or at least until they are deleted. No doubt this game is no exception. I mean, I'm sold by the description alone. There's a Halloween update too. What the heck, man? 6 new levels of excitement as you guide Santa through some spooky houses. We're playing that one. Okay, let's see. Here's one called Long Live Santa. Santa's dead! Now the remaining bearded men of the Norwegian wilderness must fight to the death. Will you be the next Santa or die in the snow? Yep, playing that one. Goodness, there's a bunch of hentai games. What the heck? Christmas time, come on now. All right, here's one called Christmas Horror. Santa's been living for 100 years by taking away the soul of the bad children. This time, you're the chosen, and it's up to you to finish off Santa forever or escape at your own. This looks janky enough with just enough misspellings and awkward grammar that I am interested. It's 99 cents, but whatever. All right, well, that is 4 titles unearthed from the bowels of Steam's Christmas offerings this year. I don't even know what we got. I don't even remember. Let's check them out, I guess. All right, Model Railway Easily Christmas. Let's see how easily this goes. Christmas. Steam VR. Why? Headset not detected. This is not a headset VR game, is it? I guess not. Anyway, we have an empty map with very cheery music. A table, I guess. Oh yeah, it's like a model train thing, right? So we have model train set parts. Oh. Well, hey, this is kind of cool. Getting shades of Roller Coaster Tycoon World. Just a little bit. I mean, the good parts, hopefully. All right, so let's see. We have engines and passenger bits and stuff. Okay, here's the container wagon. And let's put a Christmas engine. I don't really know what I'm doing. All right, drag and drop. Yeah, we figured that out. Interesting. This very much is just analogous to playing around with a toy train set, right? So that's kind of cool. I like the whole dragging it around like this. Yoink. Well, this is kind of neat. Okay, let's add some more. Let's see. I keep wanting to scroll through this menu, but that just zooms in and out. So let's put one of these. Oh, wait a second. Can we just make them crash? Ooh, we can. Well, obviously, we gotta put a lot more now. This is getting stupid. Oh, yeah. Got sort of a perpetual motion engine going on here. All right. That works. Oh, man, I wish things blew up. How tight can we go is the question. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. They just all connected. Oh, man. Whoa. That's kind of nuts. And if we just leave one stopped, All right, well, anyway, let's add some trees. It's just sort of placing them wherever it wants to, I guess. It doesn't seem to be any regard for physics. I don't think it really cares. Interesting. So these stations will make the train stop. But otherwise, yeah, it's just chaos. I can see what they meant in the reviews about some of the limitations, the simplicity. It seems to have no regard for anything resembling physics or anything. It's kind of cool to look at, I guess. All right, next up, Secret Santa. Tell me your secrets. I don't really remember what this is, so it's all a secret. Okay, I got some snowballs coming down. I suppose they're supposed to be snowflakes, but they look more like balls. I'm assuming this is a language selection. Portuguese and English. Space and arrow keys. Yeah, let's just go ahead and play. Got our different lists. We'll do the nice list. Gordy, Gary, Timmy, Martin, Zach, and Wade. I guess we'll do Gordy. There's a bunch of boys to deliver to. Make your way to the Christmas tree and back to the chimney without getting caught or killed. These kids gonna kill me? Press space behind certain people to put them to sleep. It doesn't say which people. Try this one. Ha! I sneezed on you. Oop, nope. And that one caught me. So don't go into the vision cones. There you go. Hey, delivered. Oh, well, this is a Metal Gear-esque thing going on in the cardboard box. Let me get these cookies. Yeah! Oh, genuinely startled me. I would guess, yeah, I was moving in the box, so whatever. Crazy kids with their caffeine, staying up late. All right, let's get out of here. Daggone it! Screw you kids, I don't even like your cookies. They're not that good. Just gonna deliver your crap and leave. Go away. Oh, this sucks. Okay, there you go. Back to the chimney, yeah! Alright, Santa only has enough to knock out dust for 3 people per house. Okay, so this is like a Burger Time situation almost. Except with no salt or seasonings. Knock you out. Here's your dang stupid gifts. I'm assuming I'm in the dark, they can't see me? I don't know, because there's these lights around. I don't know. Don't let sleepy gunmen spot you. Gunmen? Alright, well, press space behind certain people to put them to sleep. I can put the gunman to sleep. Well, I am curious what happens if I get shot. Here's another one. Oh! Yeah, that dude just iced me without hesitation. They are kind of asleep, though. Yeah, sleepy gunmen, so they only, like, open their eyes every so often. Alright, cool. Delivered gifts there. Take this box. Santa loves Nog. Me too. But Nog makes Santa dizzy. Choose wisely. Hey, me too! At least, oh, we got drunken Santa. Dogs don't like Santa. Watch your shadow. Ah, don't mess with me, guys. Dude, dogs just straight up eat your face. Honestly, this isn't bad. I mean, you know, it's a very simple simple stealth game, but it works. I'm not sure what the point of the Nog is. Santa loves it. That's cool. But does it help me with anything? Is it points? Oh, whatever. All right, so it's fine. It's all right. Nog. Well, I feel alive. Speaking of living, long live Santa. Lovely little lo-fi holiday beat there. Okay, well, this appears to be multiplayer only. Well, let's see if we can join. Oh, hey, couple players. I don't know what either of these mean. Photon, different maps, I guess. Whatever. Let's just try this one. Oh, crap. Guess I better learn the controls real fast. Ah, it's all those. Oh, crap. I totally just died. Okay, well, it looks like we have a battle royale style thing. Sort of. Okay. Hey, you got ham dinner. Not a chicken dinner, but that works. Okay, must get away from those guys and find a weapon. Oh, can I use that? Oh, I can. Let's see what's in here. Oh, shoot. No! Ah! Well. Okay, can I get this sword? There we go. It's just me and the reindeer guy. Come on, I can do it. Ah! I mean, it's terrible, but I'm having fun. Maybe that's just the eggnog. Yeah, I got the guy who's AFK. I'm so good. All right, get over here, you goofy Santas. Why can't I run anymore? Did I run? Oh, there's very little stamina. I see that now. Get over here, crossbow jerk. Come on. No. No. I'll take it. Oh no! I finally get the dang crossbow and I get run over by a reindeer. All right, I'm gonna try the other one. I think Deathstalk's Yule Log. Is this the same map? It appears to be. I don't want that one. I want the other one. Reindeer celebrates candy. Maybe that's not the map name. I don't know. Maybe that's the server name and yeah, okay. I guess Photon is the map. Well, that's silly. All right, so if I host, the game name is randomized. Is there just one map? In the pause menu, it does say multiplayer is coming to Clone Drone in the Danger Zone. This game was a quick test. The real magic happens in Clone Drone early next year. I guess it is the real game. That looks a lot more substantial. And apparently somewhat popular, overwhelmingly positive reviews, and a whole bunch of people playing it live and stuff. Man, what the heck? I don't know anything about games anymore. All right, Christmas horror is our last one. Controls right off the bat. We got WASD, left shift, E to, okay, well there, that's that. Let's see what's in the options. VHS effect. Let me go on a slight rant here. I really dislike VHS effects of any kind, whether it's in games or videos or anything, because it never gets it right. Actual VHS looks different. Anyway, whatever, we'll leave it on. I guess that's part of its artistic intent. Oh, okay, whoa, what's going on here? Hi, sweetie, when you wake up, go downstairs to... Well, let's try that again. All right, hi, sweetie, when you wake up, go downstairs to see if Santa already left your present. Okay, man, literally just enough time to read that. So let's see if we can get to some gameplay without crashing. All right, so we go downstairs, we get a present, we are grabbed by a hand. We are bad boy, must be punished. All right, so we are in a prison cell. My, oh my. Very, very heavy on the quote-unquote VHS effect. Okay, needs prison key at the door. So let's see, is it in the toilet? Nope. Is there legitimately, like, no sound? Practically silent. Oh, hey, flashlight. It's just under the bed. Some kind of prison key location, that is. This visual effect going on is truly nightmarish. I mean, I guess that's the point, but like, wow, it's kind of not great. We got a TV, what do we do here? So far, I'm not getting any Christmas vibes at all. Whatever, it's fine. But I was signing up for some Christmas when I grabbed this. Well, outside gate key. Where is the outside gate? I didn't know outside existed. Oh, hey, I saw something. Can you help me find the outside gate? Oh, there you are. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, there's a Santa moment. Well, I'm going to turn off the VHS effect. Oh, man, that's immediately better. Oh, my goodness, that's so much better. Wow. You know, there is artistic intent, and I respect that. But then there's also just reasonable playability. Well, anyway, yeah, this seems to be a fairly straightforward, like, figure out your daggone puzzles and don't get killed by the creepy thing wandering the hallways, which will... Oh, I didn't even notice this room, you know, that crazy effect going on. Just didn't see this stuff. Oh, hey, here's something. What is this? Remember to feed the reindeer before using it. I didn't plan on using any reindeer tonight. Ah, dang it. It's a doofus again. I'm pretty underwhelmed here, folks. This isn't doing it for me. Not at all. And you know what? Fine. Whatever. It doesn't need to. It was a free game. 99 cents in that case. The others were free. So really, it's not like I have much room to complain. And hey, if nothing else, it's Christmas. I'm feeling generous. So it makes me feel grateful for all the Christmas games that I have played over the years that are actually good. Which, now that I think about it, pretty much entirely consists of games that existed as a normal game beforehand. You know, your Jazz Jackrabbit Holiday Hares and Holiday Lemmings and Christmas Nights, Viscera Cleanup Detail, the Santa one, and all kinds of other things, many of which I've covered in LGR over the years. Yeah, suppose that I've never really given it much thought, but Christmas games really do seem to be at their best when they were an already existent game that just gets patched or updated or augmented, re-released, reskinned as a holiday excursion of sorts for the season. There's very few times that I can think of that a Christmas game comes out of the oven fully formed and is actually good. But you know what? Like I said, that's fine. These are freebie games. I just wanted to take a look at some stuff because it's you know, the season. Yeah, it's December. I like kind of taking it easy and just hanging around, messing with some holiday things and chilling with y'all. Cheers. Ooh. Water cheers. I've moved on. Things were getting a little silly with that nog. But yeah, I suppose that is it for this year's LGR Christmas episodes. I do thank you for watching and I hope that y'all have a merry one. And you know, Christmas! I should have known. Christmas! Oh. Well, that's different. How nice. I'm skeptical. Christmas. Wow, 3 of them, all for me? Christmas. You really shouldn't have. Christmas. You were never going to let me get away with doing just one Christmas video, huh? Christmas. All right, yeah, we'll get these open. Just give me a week, Christmas. And we'll see what's in here next time. Thanks for watching.
Metal Jesus here, and I am back with a brand new review of the Evercade EXP handheld. You may be asking yourself, wait, didn't he already review that? Well, I reviewed the original Evercade handheld back in 2020, but now I have the upgraded version, and it's new in almost every way. So in this video, I'm going to review the handheld, and we'll take a look at some of the new game collections that were also released. Let's take a look. We're going to start with a quick unboxing, but I do want to let you know that this was sent to me for review. However, all of the opinions are my own. You'll notice with this box that they're promoting the fact that it comes with a bunch of games already pre-installed. So there are 18 Capcom games built onto the device, and we'll check those out as the video goes on. And notice that the tagline is leveled up. They're saying that because this is an evolution of the previous model, meaning that all the previous cartridges should work. And you'll notice that it does look a little bit different to the previous model, and I'm going to compare them side by side. By the way, the cost of this is $150. Digging down deeper, you see that it includes a pack-in cartridge. You're going to get 6 Ireme arcade games. Also included is a USB-C charging cable, as well as a full-color manual talking about all of those Capcom games that you get on the device. If you're not familiar with the Evercade series of consoles, basically they are a low-cost alternative for people like me who like to collect physical media and play retro games without breaking the bank. Because of that success, as you see here, there are a ton of cartridge collections to choose from. You guys know that right now, retro game collecting is incredibly expensive, and so it's really cool that Evercade has these game collections that only cost around $20, and all of the games are fully licensed. So let's go ahead and get back to the new handheld, and I'll show you all the different ways that it's been changed and updated. Starting with the most obvious thing, and that is its screen. The new handheld is on the left, and the old one is on the right. I originally thought that maybe the new screen is a little smaller, but they're exactly the same size, the same dimensions. It's just that the bezels on the new one are more noticeable for some reason. However, the big change is they switched over to a new high-resolution IPS screen. So they increased the resolution of the new screen, but more importantly, the viewing angle. And you can clearly see that in this footage. You can also see from this footage that they changed the default aspect ratio a little bit. I'm not sure which one is more accurate, but there is a pixel perfect mode under settings if you want to play with that. Another thing that they added, which is pretty cool, is Tate mode. There is a button that you can push at any time which will rotate the screen 90 degrees. So all of those arcade shooters that would typically be vertically aligned, this thing will support, and you'll be able to use more of that screen. Notice it even has buttons down there to be played like that. It's pretty cool. Another change from the early model is that they now support USB-C. That is a very welcome update because I hate trying to find old micro USB cables. You no longer have to do that. And then there is a slight upgrade to the CPU and also the battery, but I don't think you're gonna really notice it. They upgraded the processor from a 1.2 gigahertz to 1.5. The memory went up from the original, which had 256 megabytes, up to 4 gigabytes now. I'm sure that's because they have the games pre-installed on it, but it also gives them room to update the operating system in the future. Speaking of, the interface definitely has changed on this device compared to the old one. The new interface looks closer to their standalone console, the Evercade VS. On the left, you have the icon for whatever cartridge that you've inserted. Below that is where you'll find all the Capcom games that are pre-installed. And then check it out, they have hidden games, and this can be where you type in either a secret code to unlock a game, or maybe you do a button combination, things like that. And then below that is where they do their Game of the Month program. They do this on the console too, but honestly, I haven't messed with it a lot, but I do love how much fun they're having with all of this. And then finally, settings. In there, you'll find settings for changing the aspect ratio, also turning on scan lines, messing with the bezels, changing the display themes, and also setting up your Wi-Fi. Which, by the way, can be important because some games will have an update if you put it into this new device. I assume it's because this has a slightly higher display resolution, or maybe now it will support that Tate mode. Now I want to mention something that I ran into that is kind of annoying, especially if you are an early adopter like me. Now, the company did warn me about this, but I didn't know how bad it would be. Basically, the very first run of cartridges are slightly too big to fit in this. Actually, they fit, they just are really tight. I had a heck of a time trying to get this cartridge out. I was pushing on it. I had to get out a knife. So be aware if you are an early adopter and you have the first 10 cartridges that they released back in 2001, they may be a little tight. And to be clear, they've since fixed the problem. Other cartridges fit just fine. The other thing that I want to mention is that you can't currently do custom button mapping per game. This is something that was a bit of an issue with the original, and what they ended up doing was patching it in later, and they've mentioned that they are going to look at doing that for this version as well. They know customers want it, so it's just not there right now. Now let's go ahead and move on to the games. And like I mentioned, it comes with 18 Capcom games installed on the device. And it's a good mix of popular and classic titles. No real surprises, but several of them take advantage of the screen rotation or the Tate mode, which is really cool. The next collection I want to check out has 2 games on it, Alwa's Awakening and Cathedral. Here are 2 really highly regarded 2D platforming games that are getting a physical release for this device. And what's neat about these games is that they're technically new games, but they're designed to look like old 8-bit games. Now let's check out Toplin Arcade Collection Volume 1. And I can see why they released this along with the new handheld, because so many of these arcade games support that Tate mode. By the way, I need to mention that I'm capturing this footage using the HDMI out built into the handheld, and it only does 720p video out, which is why it might look a little low resolution on your screen. But check this out, you can rotate the screen on the video out if you happen to be one of those hardcore gamers that does have a TV tilted on its side. But in this collection are a bunch of really awesome games. It's mostly shooters, but there are some surprises in here. Here's that Ireme Arcade Collection, which only has 6 games in there, but there is some real quality here, including In the Hunt, which was made by the developer who did Metal Slug. And you can definitely tell because it has a similar graphic style. What's crazy is that the original PlayStation version and also the Sega Saturn versions are incredibly collectible and expensive. And so getting the game here in physical form is pretty neat. And here we have a real surprise, at least for me, and that is a Commodore 64 game collection. I believe this is the first time that they've done a computer game compilation. And I am a big fan of the Commodore 64. I grew up with it as a kid, and so I was really surprised to see this. And if I'm being honest, I think the list of games in here is just okay. You know, the challenge of a computer like this is that there are tens of thousands of games to choose from this, and the list of your favorite games is really going to depend on you. You know, maybe where you grew up, or you know, what was popular in your neighborhood, what you had heard about. And so half of these games I'd heard about, half of them I did not. And so it's kind of fun because you get to discover new stuff, but also this would not be my list if I was going to make, you know, my favorite C64 games. The other thing to know is that these games expect you to have a working keyboard, and you can't obviously do that with a handheld. And so you end up using a virtual keyboard, which it works okay. That said, I think there is a lot of potential here. I'd love to see more Commodore game collections, and maybe Amiga, Atari ST, Atari 8-bit. And this highlights some of my favorite things about collecting for the Evercade. They do a little of everything. They'll have the popular arcade titles or popular console titles, but then they'll do really weird and obscure stuff. They'll have modern indie games, and then they'll have classic hidden gems. And they do it all at a pretty affordable price. Is it for everyone? No, probably not. I mean, you can argue that you could just get a PSP and put some ROMs on it, and it would be somewhat similar experience. I get it. But I do like the physical collecting aspect of the Evercade. I like how they have the full color manuals. All their games are fully licensed. But when it comes to this handheld though, do I feel like it's worth the upgrade? And I think if you are a fan of the previous generation of it, then yes, there's enough new here to justify it. The screen upgrade plus Tate mode I think is pretty cool. And there's enough game collections now that if you haven't jumped in yet, I think you probably would find something to play, something that would pique your interest a little bit. But I would love to know what you guys think. Have you ordered the new Evercade handheld? Do you have one of the previous ones? Please let me know down in the comments below. And as always, I want to thank you for watching my channel. Thank you for subscribing, and take care.
Okay, moving on. This one's funny. Have you guys seen the video going around the internet? It's a couple kids playing Doom 3. They're like freaking out.
Yes, we've seen the video.
Let's look at it,
That
actually.
video. Do we have that video?
I think we have that video.
Oh my god. There's no sound. Isn't there sound?
Oh, it's much better when you
It's much better. There it goes.
These little kids,
They were freaking out.
Supposedly it's scaring little kids like all over America, all over the world.
I don't get that at all. I mean, we just played it the other night. It was not scary at all.
It wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad. We have footage of us actually playing it.
Yeah, we were just playing it.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad.
You guys.
It was a little...
You were scared. This is an R-rated game.
It was a little scary.
I gotta go.
Greetings and welcome to LGR Oddware, where we're taking a look at Christmas. Yeah, I don't know, hardware and software that's Christmas or something. So the clone about a week ago gave me these. It's a first, you know. I haven't received any clone gifts before, so who the heck knows what's in here? He says these are for Oddware, right?
Christmas.
Okay. Well, I mean, what does that mean to a clone? I don't. It's probably going to be close, hopefully. Let's just, let's open these up, see what we got. Well, here we go. At least this one's not going to take up too much space, I guess. Well then, Merry Lights. USB LED light chain that apparently goes around your monitor bezel or wherever, but, sure. Plug in USB to spread holiday cheer in the office or at home. Decorate your computer mini tree or desk. Oh, got ideas. Compatible with USB port and any USB wall adapter. Designed, distributed, and built in China by DCI in 2015. I'm getting some Big Clive vibes. I don't know about you. What the heck is this guy? The DCI plug hugger? Plug hugger? Oh my word, it looks like a Santa ball gag. You just jam that plug straight in his mouth. Sold separately at DCIgift.com. Alright. I mean, we have to at least test it out once, but... Sorry, clone. I don't expect to use this for very long.
Christmas.
Yeah, well, at least you're not offended. I mean, I guess not. I can't really interpret everything you're saying, but yeah, just any of these cheapo light thingies, especially from watching random videos showing how awfully these are made over the years. I just either expect them to not work, barely work for a little bit of time, or blow up or overheat, die out spectacularly. You know what? Let's test this out first and see what kind of... Yeah. All right, handy little USB meter tester thing. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, so that's not bad. That's about what I would hope for, or even a little bit less, actually, in terms of the current being drawn. With 5-volt LEDs often rated at 20 milliamps per bulb, and we've got 10 here, so this is what, like 12 across the entire string of 10? So, yeah, which leads me to believe they've wired this up how you would hope with resistors, but yeah, I feel cool plugging these into a laptop, so let's do that. All right. Since the package kind of looked like I had a MacBook on it, I'm going to use my old MacBook here from 2015 appropriately. It's just been serving down here in the basement as kind of a CD ripping backup station, but anyway, yeah, let's just plug this crap in. Man, do I miss having full-sized USB on my modern one, but all right, there we go. We've got our built-in suckage going on with these little stupid corner pieces. Oh, they're supposed to suck, but they don't suck, and that sucks. I guess it's just kind of flopped apart over the years. Adding a little bit of moisture. See if that makes any difference. Nope. Oh, well, at least the lights work, and they're not, I don't think I'm gonna blow anything up or something stupid. I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it would make more sense on a CRT where you had like a proper bezel going on, you know, back in the day. Even if these suction cups worked, you're going to be losing a good chunk of information in the corners. I mean, I guess it's not like they're really going to stick on the metal side either. But like, see, I think this would make sense. Sort of, right? Like, yeah, at least you've got a nice thick bezel going on with a CRT. No, it's not covering up too much of your image. But that is not what it was made for. This is for laptops or whatever from 2015. Definitely makes more sense as like a, yeah, whatever other options it had on the package, like wrapping up a tiny little Christmas tree. Thanks, clone, but this is silly.
Christmas, Christmas.
Well, that was a thing. We got some polka dots. Oh, more lights. How enlightening. Well, this is Smart Christmas Music Lights. 25 preloaded songs. Bluetooth LED lights with a speaker built in. Oh, and an app. I don't know if that's still going to be around or even worth downloading. When the heck was this one made? Also 2015. Clone, how long are you holding on to these?
Christmas.
Yeah, I guess that explains it. These lights will liven up any holiday party. You choose the lineup of lighting effects and holiday tunes to, you know, okay, yeah, it's just lights with a daggum speaker and Bluetooth transmitter. You know, it really reminds me of those trees that just come with this kind of thing built into them now. I don't know if you've seen those, but, you know, just light shows and speakers slapped straight onto your tree. You just buy it that way. You don't even have to put crap on there anymore. You know, pre-lit, pre-speakered up. That's Christmas these days, if you want to go that route. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I've never had any desire to have my Christmas tree sing to me or play music. I mean, from the tree directly, you know, I'd rather just play music on my own through whatever the heck. Apparently it has a powerful speaker that fills the room with the sounds of Christmas. Play songs from your personal music library. I think I'm going to have more fun with that, assuming we can get it working. Bluetooth 4.0, 65-foot range. I mean, that makes sense for 2015. And iOS 6 or Android 4.3. Wow. Yeah, we've moved on a bit. I'm really curious if this app is going to do anything. Anyway, we do have just a fold-out thing showing outdated phones and apps and how to plug it in and not set your friggin' tree on fire. All right. Some hateful packaging. Well, we have a golden cube. A little speaker there. Well, it's holding together. I'm curious what's inside. Well, I'll probably open it up later. Maybe there's a set of screws under here. There is. Well, this is interesting. So on the end of the light, it looks like 3.5mm audio. Same for this, but it's just for the lights. Yeah, it's just for power, right? So it's using power over headphone jack effectively. Oh, that's fun. Like, look, here's some headphones. Just plug those in. Do not do that plugged into the wall. Whew, yeah, I thought, yeah, that has a smell. This whole thing smells toxic, like a, oh man, like a cheap kiddie swimming pool from Kmart or Roses, circa 1994. Kind of a petroleum smell. It's not great. Anyway, let's plug this scary bit in there. At least that screws together pretty nicely. And yeah, just, wow. The cheapness again. I mean, I know these are built to cost, but whew, that feels like nothing. I guess we're gonna test this out and see how that goes. Christmas clone, are you trying to kill me? Uh-huh. All right, Christmas tree right here, but it's already pre-lit, so let me get that turned off. Hey, Flurb Nerp.
Christmas?
No, not you, Flurb Nerp.
What do you need me to do?
Turn off the Christmas tree.
Got it. Turning Christmas tree off.
There we go. All right, let's get these speaker lights installed. Yeah, you definitely want another strand or two for a full 7-foot tree here, but all right, let's get it plugged in. Oh. All right. Well, that's pleasant enough, I suppose. It seems to be just on a continually repeating soft color changing pattern. I don't see any way to change that. I'm assuming we would be able to do that with the app. Let's see if we can get the app going. So we're looking for Smart Christmas Music Lights by Emio. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, there's an awful lot coming up, as you'd expect, because honestly, there's like a bajillion of these stupid smart lights. Well, let me do some research, see if I can find any of these that actually work. Well, I've been screwing around with it, and the answer to is the app still around? That's a big old no. Go figure. I've checked the Android and iOS stores. Nothing comes up for this specific device, and none of the ones that I tried that didn't look super shady work either. They do connect to it as a Bluetooth speaker, but that's all you can do. There's no way to control anything else. But yeah, like I said, you do at least have the option to Bluetooth it. Get that pleasant sound effect there. And it just shows up as a Christmas speaker, or Xmas Speak. So let's try it out. Get some nice fitting seasonal Christmas music going. All right, well, it is actually very room-filling as it was described, but, you know, kind of sounds terrible. That being said, though, considering it's just meant to play dinky little Christmas carols, I assume, then, yeah, this is perfectly suitable for a Christmas tree speaker. Okay, let's try something actually Christmassy. You know, the more I hear it, the more it really doesn't sound that bad, you know, for a little cube inside of a tree. I still would much prefer to just play any Christmas music through a regular speaker system, but hey, you know, it's kind of cool, I guess, that it's built into some lights. Shame we can't do anything else with the lights other than this right here. All of this is useless, like, oh yeah, changing light cycles and the actual color wheel and albums and sound effects and playlists. Nope, useless, can't do it. It's obsolete 7 years after it was made, you know? I got stuff that's 30 years old that's Christmas stuff. It still works just fine. This, on the other hand, not even a decade, and most of its functionality can no longer be done anything with, but whatever, man. Let's open that little box up see what's in there. Yeah, that's a little 2-inch speaker, all right. 4 ohms, 3 watts. And inside, about what you would expect for a simple Bluetooth setup. 3.5mm jack for the lights. Power just soldered in there, and hot glued globbed on some basic power circuitry for that, and the plug. Bottom left there we have our 3-watt amplifier circuit and 800-2B with a STC8051 microcontroller above that. And yeah, that little board just soldered into the rest of the PCB there. That whole thing is just a pre-made Bluetooth module, one of those beautiful Enterprise company things with an ATS2805BA chip right there, the big one in the middle, and then a Realtek Bluetooth controller to the right of that with the little antenna. Yeah, not a lot at all, but that is about what you'd expect, I suppose. It does the job and seems to have just enough space in this plastic case to provide a speaker that actually doesn't suck terribly much. Yay, Christmas. Alright, well, this is a delightfully packaged thing. What the heck? Oh dear. Okay. Little People Christmas Activity Center for Windows 3.1. 95, 98, so later 90s thing, but wow. Support all the way back to the Windows 3.1 is kind of surprising, actually. 2 CD software set. It's got a toy, some labels. Wow. This is a thing. Deck the halls with holiday fun. Yeah, it's got Avery Kids sticker labels. Trim your tree with decorations. Sing along to Christmas songs. Build your own snowman. Dress them up with decorations. Sing along to Christmas songs. Build your own snowman. Dress them up. Okay, this is a all-around activity center made with Macromedia. Oh, good times. You know, I'm quite fond of these types of activity centers. I really like that one, WizardWorks, the thing that I did a number of years ago. It's a hybrid CD, I guess. It's also for Macintosh, but you know, look at that. 46, 66, or faster in 1998. Suitable for all ages by the RSAC. Well, there is our toy. Did I have Little People as a kid? I don't know. I remember them being around for sure, but I probably had a couple toys or something. I don't remember much about them. I would have been like 4. Certainly didn't leave many lasting memories. And why is the CD packed in there like that? You gotta take the whole... Oh my word. Alright, well here's the daggone CD, and it is 2 CD-ROMs. So we have Windows and Power Mac, and Learning in Toyland. That's a totally different thing. Was that even listed? Oh yeah, bonus, Learning in Toyland CD-ROM included 6 activities for kids 3 to 6. Okay. Well, I don't know if we're gonna check that out, but we're definitely checking this out. Registration card, ooh, Sierra. Software catalog. Yeah, I'm really not familiar with a lot of this stuff. It's a little too young for even my tastes in kids games. I mean, I've played a couple of these, I think. Nope, not a single one of them. Never mind. You also get $1 back by mail. If I could get that in store, I would totally try it. All right, and there we go. We have 2 sheets, some square ones, circular ones, just stickers, restickable stickers. 3113 and 3111 are the Avery sticker codes. All right, let's try this out. All right, I'm ready for some activity centering. Of course. Well, isn't that pleasant?
Ho, ho, ho! Welcome to the Fisher-Price Little People Christmas Activity Center! Just type in your name on Santa's helpers list and press enter.
Well, we certainly have a budget here. Some effort went into this, and I was actually looking it up, and this cost $30 back in 1998, which is actually, believe it or not, on the higher end of kids' games. Most of them didn't cost much more than that, if at all. So yeah, it's got some money behind it.
Jingles, I'm sure glad to have you as a helper.
I bet you are.
Hi-dee-ho! Santa told me you were coming. I'm Dudley, his #1 elf. Ready for some holiday fun? The tree sure could use some decorations. Want to give it a try? Look out the window. See that big pile of snow? Click on it if you'd like to build a snow person. Click on the art supplies to make your own Christmas crafts. If you'd like to join my friends and I to sing some Christmas carols, click on the piano. Click on the sleigh button to exit. Exit means to leave. Click and drag the bell to make it sound louder or softer. See you soon.
I like how he clarified exit means to leave. It's a very important thing to know. We might want to leave here sooner than we think. Well, so far, a very classic kids activity center from the late 90s. Laggy cursors, mousing over things to make them animate. Can't seem to actually click on it. Well, you can click on the activities, I guess, but yeah, you just have to mouse over things. Don't have to click on them. Huh. All right, well, let's decorate this tree.
Christmas tree.
Yeah, that's what I just said, kid.
First, let's pick a tree and a tree skirt. Use the tree cursor to click
Oh.
on the tree to change it.
Okay.
Now, let's choose a tree skirt for the tree.
Heck yeah. Oh, dear. What is this muse? We got a whole show tune. I mean, I'm digging these bonkers tree designs. Got your classic Charlie Brown. What, chili peppers? Hey, there we go, yeah. I don't want a chili pepper tree. That's awesome. Yeah. Cherries and lemons. Got some balls. Got to have some balls in our tree. Put some balls on the ground. Sweet. That's what that is. I guess you can print it. I'm not going to do that. This abomination. I don't want that on a sticker.
It's a beautiful tree.
Sure. Well, that's just what our tree looks like now. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, can we do the same thing with the snowman, I guess?
Person.
The snow person? Sorry. Yeah, it'd be like the same thing. Oh, we gotta form the snow person first. And this music, my goodness. They did not skimp out on these full-on songs. Ensemble of children and everything. Alright, so we can decorate this guy now. Let's give him a face right there. Some of that. Going with sort of I don't know, eldritch horror theme. Yeah, why not? Oh yeah, I can give some horns. Oh yeah, this is kind of great. Oh, this is way better than I thought it would be.
It's so funny.
It is. That kid gets it. I hope it's outside the window. It is. Yeah, that's pretty great. I like how we're just slowly ruining this scene with our junk. Alright, so what else is left? I think just Christmas carols and arts and crafts or whatever. We'll do arts and crafts last. I think that's like a printout thing. Or, you know, what I want to try and print stuff, but... Okay. Considering the amount of music and like songs we've had so far, I'm thinking we're going to get some pretty involved Christmas carols. So we have We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Deck the halls, jingle bells, 12 days of Christmas. Alright, so we got 5 songs to choose from. Which one is the least annoying? Or the most annoying?
fireplace. Make your own.
Make your own sounds like my kind of jam. All right, so we have an assortment of little items to just plop down wherever. Okay. That's about what I expected. Yep, just do whatever the heck you want. And we can print them to gift tags, cards, pictures, and wrapping paper. How does that work? Yeah, I'm assuming that's just gonna let us print out a full-sized sheet of like 8.5 by 11 paper? What are you supposed to do? Just wrap up a little gift and it's a full sheet of paper? I was really hoping to be able to print like the stickers. Like, shouldn't there be a layout for these? Those, we have different borders. Huh. All right. Well, let me get a printer hooked up and we'll try this out. All right, well, unfortunately, I have a bit of a conundrum. I don't have a color printer. I mean, I do, just not one that apparently works. I have this old compact one from the year 2000. It does work, but the ink apparently is all dried up. And I didn't realize that, and I went to go look and see if there was any available nearby, and they don't make it anymore. So that's fun. You can still get it online, whatever. Got some ink ordered, but in the meantime, I have the lovely Star NX2420 Rainbow, which is a color printer, but the color is also dried out on there. I mean, how sad. Anyway, I guess we're just going to be printing with this in black and white. Oh, I like this thing. Hopefully the black is still good. It did. I mean, it was good last time I checked. Our hideous tree is looking great. We got the big round stickers. Do we want borders? Sure. Put candy canes around it. Make sure it is on black and white. It is. Okay. I guess I put it in backwards. That was dumb. I mean, maybe it's a good thing I did that because it's very much off center by a good 1/4 inch. I have to think in star rainbow logic. I mean, that's on center. Okay, so let's try that again. Well, that's deeply disappointing. Yeah, we're running out of ink there too. And it was still off center, even though I tried to compensate for it. I guess it didn't matter. It just doesn't like whatever I'm doing. Bad luck with printers, but you know what? Doesn't matter if it's Christmas or any other time of year. Printers suck. At least we got like almost a half of a sticker. So let's just take that. Oh wow, they're barely even sticky anymore. But anyway, yay. There's our terrible Christmas tree, part of it. Yeah, we're just going to put that right there. It was a mark of shame. Ah, yes. So festive. Well, I suppose that is it for this episode of Oddware. You know, Clone, I'm not entirely sure that these all qualified. Christmas. That's fine. It's all an arbitrary definition anyway, and I appreciate the gifts and the effort, and I hope that you appreciated watching this, whatever the heck this was. You know, it's just a little bit of silly seasonal fun. That's what I like to do this time of year, and I'll be moving back on to the regular LGR things here pretty soon, but whatever. For the moment, it's Christmas almost, and I hope that you have a good one. And if you enjoyed this bit of holiday silliness, then do check out some of my other silly holiday things that I've done here in the past. I might do one more this year, we'll see. If nothing else, stick around, please, for the normal-ish videos that are going to be coming soon after all this is done. And as always, thanks for watching.